Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The UK suspends trade deal talks with Israel over their military expansion as Keir Starmer calls the level of suffering in Gaza utterly intolerable. Original Sin, the book accusing the Biden administration of a political cover-up, hits bookshelves today. And at least 58 bodies are discovered in a hospital in Tripoli after clashes and a fragile ceasefire in Libya. To our top story, and the UK has suspended free trade talks with Israel over their military expansion in Gaza, threatening further action. It comes as 60 people were killed in overnight strikes. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer previously released a joint statement with French President Emmanuel Macron and Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney, calling for an end to Netanyahu's so-called egregious actions. Speaking in Parliament today, the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy sent a message to Israel.
I say now to the people of Israel, I want a strong friendship with you based on shared values, with flourishing ties between our people and societies. We are unwavering in our commitment to your security and to your future, to countering the very real threat from Iran, the scourge of terrorism and the evils of anti-Semitism. But the conduct of the war in Gaza is damaging our relationship with your government. And as the Prime Minister has said, if Israel pursues this military offensive, as it has threatened, failing to ensure the unhindered provision of aid, we will take further action in response.
Responding to that UK announcement, an Israeli spokesman said even prior to today's announcement, the free trade agreement negotiations were not being advanced at all by the current UK government. More than that, the agreement would serve the mutual benefit of both countries. If due to anti-Israel obsession and domestic political considerations, the British government is willing to harm the British economy, that is its own prerogative. We can now speak to former British MP and former chair of the UK Defence Select Committee, Tobias Ellwood. Tobias, great to have you on the show this evening. Thank you so much for joining me. The UK is suspending trade talks with Israel and summoning the ambassador over the cruel aid blockade. Is this too little too late from the UK government?
It does seem very late indeed. I think there's a huge amount of patience that's been extended to Israel. After all, they were the ones that were originally attacked, that barbaric episode with the Hamas, so many killings, hostages still there as well. But ultimately, we're seeing that the military gains on the battlefield are not translating into any form of strategy to take the Gaza Strip, indeed resolving the Palestinian situation, forward at all. And I'm pleased that Britain, France and other countries have stepped forward. I believe that this is Israel taking advantage, perhaps, of America stepping back from its role as arbiters on the international stage, as custodians, if you like, of global order. Trump has taken less interest in standing up to aggression, wherever it might be, and certainly when it's come to Netanyahu. And I'm therefore pleased that other nations are working together to stand up, because what we're seeing has been wrong, completely wrong, in the devastation that has been taking place in the pursuit of Hamas. So this is the right call, but as you say, it's taken some time to get to.
So, Tobias, in your opinion, is America not putting enough pressure on Israel at the moment?
Not at all. I mean, it's the one country that Israel does listen to and can have an influence in the Middle East. But you've seen how Trump chose not even to visit Netanyahu chose not even to go to Israel on his Middle East tour. Indeed, his interest perhaps was more in signing commercial deals than looking at the geopolitical challenges that the Middle East faces. And what is happening in Gaza, the world is watching on, and it is coming to the point now where the word genocide is being associated with what's happening. That's a very strong word to use in relation to Israel. And I represented a big Jewish quarter in the UK. The Jewish people here in Britain are flabbergasted to see this being done by the Israel politicians. It's not what I don't think Israel wants to be seen to be doing. This is very much promoted by Netanyahu himself, facing his own internal difficulties. But the idea that somehow you're going to remove 2 million people, you're going to take over the Gaza Strip, it was never, ever part of Israel's long-term plan, and it's moved us so far away from a two-state solution. It's not surprising that Israel is losing the support of the international community.
So, Tobias, Israel has hit back, saying if due to anti-Israel obsession and domestic political considerations, the British government is willing to harm the British economy, that is its own prerogative. I think, personally, that's quite strongly worded. Do you think this is a step change in the relationship between the two allies who've supported each other for so long?
I think we need to make it clear that the relationship between Britain and Israel as countries remains as strong as ever. But when America gets it wrong, whether it be in Iraq or elsewhere, we as a close friend and ally are willing to speak out. And likewise with Israel as well. Israel's strategy in dealing with the challenges that Gaza poses is wrong. Where they're taking the Palestinian challenge is wrong. They're denying international help. They've sealed the border up, and we're seeing starvation and famine on a biblical scale. And this needs to be contested, and that's quite right what the international community is doing. Don't forget, it wasn't too long ago when they sealed the border up and denied those vehicles being able to get in, that aid started to be dropped by the international community. I've already called for that. I called for that last week because it's intolerable. We cannot stand by. In the international community, there is an international collective duty of care. We saw this after Rwanda, that when a population or grouping or community is under siege in this way, the world should not just watch from afar and do nothing.
So, Tobias, we know aid is slowly entering Gaza as allies, as we've been talking about, apply pressure on Israel, which is carrying out a deadly ground offensive, killing hundreds. Do you think the UK needs to go further and stop arms sales to Israel?
I think that would be the next step if we don't see change in Israel's approach. As I say, where is the strategy here that translates the military might, the success on the battlefield, into something long-term that firstly gets us to a ceasefire, gets talks around the table, and takes us to a place where we can have some form of stability, a technocratic government put in place to allow the advance of any form of peace. Now, it's interesting, Britain's own experience in Northern Ireland. I served there in the British Army against the IRA, which had no right or expectation to participate in the long-term governance either north or south of the border. The political wing did, and we're seeing in Syria, we're seeing an old al-Qaeda affiliate now in charge of the country. And there needs to be an avenue that then allows the Palestinians, regardless of their connections, to be able to draw a line on what's happened in the past, for the Hamas to somehow to be disbanded, but for governance then to be taken forward in their own with their own ability to look after their own future. And at the moment, Israel is completely denying that at the same time, causing so much carnage to 2 million people.
Tobias, should the UK and Europe feel any form of responsibility for the bloodshed in Gaza as these arms sales still continue?
I can understand why people ask that question. You sell these weapon systems to Israel and indeed other countries to defend themselves. Don't forget that even since that carnage on the 7th of October, Hamas has fired rockets into Israel. They've been under constant siege. And if it's not been from Hamas, it's been from Hezbollah as well, and indeed the Houthis too. Israel is a democracy in a very, very difficult part of the world, and therefore it has the right to defend itself. What we should be doing is, as we've just been discussing, is to influence Israel to say this is not the right approach. This will not bring long-term stability, and you're alienating the very countries, particularly the Abrahamic Accord signatories, the Arab nations around Israel, that are actually keen to support any of the rebuilding, the reconstruction of Gaza when the guns finally fall silent.
And Tobias, we've also been chatting there, and I just wanted you to sort of clarify for me. Do you think Israel is becoming increasingly isolated by the US and allies due to the actions that it keeps on taking at the moment?
I think the answer to that is yes, but it needs to be caveated by its Netanyahu's government. It's not directed as Israel or the Israeli people. And we must bear that in mind. The response from the Israeli government against Britain, is very, very personal indeed, saying, oh, you want to damage your own economy, as you repeated to me. This is wanting to pursue stability in the Middle East with the support of the international community. And the fact that journalists can't even get into Gaza, the fact that the international community can't provide the help to support those people caught up with this. Again, the strategy that Israel is pursuing. Yes, they've defeated many of the Hamas leaders. They've taken out the top branch. But what's happening is that as the bombs fall, then more and more recruits are willing to sign up to support Hamas, to replace those absolutely killed, because it's an ideology. We saw that with Hezbollah. We see that with the Houthis as well. So this is the wrong approach to deal with an insurgency. We saw this in Afghanistan. This is what General Petraeus speaks about, of clear, hold, and build. You clear an area, you then hold it, and then you rebuild it. But just search and destroy and turn it into rubble is not the way somehow either to win over the hearts and minds or defeat the very enemy that you're pursuing.
And just a quick thought before I let you go, Tobias. Hamas, they have not released hostages. This is something that Israel, they want their hostages back. Do you think Hamas are going to relent now as this aid blockade continues?
No, I don't think so. This is, again, a wrong assumption that Israel or Netanyahu has made, simply by putting pressure on Gaza as a whole, that Hamas will relinquish, will suddenly do what Israel demands. And it doesn't work that way. Hamas has little care, little responsibility for those individuals, the millions of them in Gaza. And that, I'm afraid, is a sadness that we're having to deal with.
Tobias Ellwood, former British MP and former chair of the UK Defence Select Committee. Thank you so much for your thoughts and insights this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent, Trent Murray. Trent, thank you so much for joining me. So nearly 3/4 of Gaza is now covered by Israel's evacuation orders, which have been expanded significantly around Khan Yunis. What is the latest on Israel's ground offensive?
Well, Leigh Ann, we are seeing the Israeli military operation continue to gain steam. According to their own statements, we've heard in the past few hours the Israeli Air Force say that they have targeted more than 100 sites across Gaza, including what they describe as Hamas command and control centres, as well as anti-tank missile positions. That does align somewhat with what we are hearing on the ground in Gaza from the Civil Defence Agency there, which is reporting a number of strikes in multiple locations, including in the north, in the central part of Gaza, but particularly around Khan Yunis, as you rightly mentioned. That is an area where we've seen big evacuation orders issued in recent days, warning of an unprecedented unprecedented attack coming. Those are the Israeli words they use in their Arabic warning statements. And we're now seeing that play out. We are hearing that the latest numbers are 60 people have died up until now from midnight tonight. So that number will likely climb based on what we've seen before. And we're also hearing that health facilities in the Gaza Strip are struggling to treat a number of the injured as Operation Gideon's Chariots, as the Israeli describe it, continues at pace.
On the political front, Netanyahu issued a furious response to the UK, France and Canada after the countries issued a joint statement demanding Israel change course. What exactly has he said, Trent?
Yeah, he was quick out of the gates with this statement, and it was quite a tersely worded one. That statement originally from the Canadians, the Brits and the French said that the current humanitarian aid plan that Israel has implemented is wholly inadequate and that the level of suffering in Gaza was intolerable. Well, in response to that, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that by asking Israel to end a defensive war for its survival before Hamas terrorists on our border are destroyed, and by demanding a Palestinian state, leaders in London, Paris and Ottawa are offering a huge prize for the genocidal attack on Israel on October 7th, while inviting more such atrocities. I think, though, as we just heard there from Tobias Ellwood, that in a number of those capitals and other places, patience is starting to wear thin over the current state of play when it comes to the aid delivery plans. I mean, we've only heard of 5 trucks going into Gaza in the past 24 hours, mainly carrying baby formula to try and treat some of the children and infants there. And this comes after the Israeli military said that the UN and other charity NGOs, their warehouses now are effectively empty. So it does in many ways feel like a drop in the ocean. That is how the UN has described it, and that is why you're seeing more countries, I think, line up to just say that this is not the right approach, and they're calling for a much larger delivery of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. President Trump has said the US has a red line on when he'll stop pushing for peace between Russia and Ukraine. He said there is a good chance of a solution, but added there were big egos involved. After a 2-hour phone call with President Putin, Trump told reporters this was a European situation. It should have remained a European situation. The US has agreed to pay $5 million to the family of Ashael Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer during the 6th January riots. The officer involved has been cleared of any wrongdoing. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger has said he is disappointed with that decision. A second man has been charged with arson offences relating to fires at properties linked to British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Romanian national Stanislav Kopikok was arrested at Luton Airport and has appeared in court today. A Ukrainian national has already been charged, and a third man has been arrested and does remain in police custody. And a British man believes he's broken a world record after running the width of Australia in 35 days. William Gooch made the 3,800-kilometre journey from Perth to Bondi Beach. He has also been raising money for cancer charities and said the challenge was the toughest thing he'd ever done. Now, an explosive new book focused on President Biden's physical and cognitive decline has been released today. Original Sin, written by journalists Jake Chapper and Alex Thompson, makes several allegations surrounding the former president's health and his administration's decision to keep them away from the American public. The book's publication comes days after President Biden announced he'd been diagnosed with prostate cancer. We can now speak to Professor Larry Sabato, founder and director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. A pleasure to have you on, Professor. Thank you so much for joining us. Original Sin has been released today. Have you had the chance to read it? And if so, what's your take on the book?
I've read an excerpt from it, and I had the opportunity several times to speak to one of the authors in the months when it was being written. So I have some sense of it, yes. What do I think of it? I think they're right that the original sin was that Joe Biden was in no shape to run for a second term. And it really is pretty outrageous that his staff and Biden himself, he cannot be forgiven for this, decided to run, even though he clearly said, I certainly interpreted it as a clear statement in 2020 that he was going to be a transitional president serving for one term. He was actually suggesting to Americans that he could serve as president of the United States until he's 86. And let me quickly add that I think President Trump is too old, too. I want to elect presidents in their 50s and 60s, as Americans did for almost our entire history. Back to the book. The real question is, which specific aides and family members were most involved? And of course, that is discussed in the book. They should be held accountable for that because they turned the presidency back over to Donald Trump, which they all said for 4 years was the one thing they wanted to keep from doing.
So, Professor, it's really interesting what you said there, because you feel Donald Trump may be actually too old to be the president, but he's got a lot of energy and he has brought in a lot of executive orders and he's been on this big foreign tour to the Middle East. His ability compared to Joe Biden is not even close, don't you think?
Well, you're comparing Donald Trump, who is currently 78, will be 79 on June 14th, and will be older than Joe Biden was at the end of his presidency when Trump completes his term and assumedly his presidency in 3.5 years. So what's Trump going to look like at that time? Go back to the tapes. Joe Biden was a very active president in that first year, did a great deal, really the first year and a half. He did a great deal. Then you could see the decline really setting in. It accelerated in late 2023. And the lying mainly took place in 2024, maybe end of 2023 and throughout 2024 until he finally accepted the fact that he couldn't be the nominee. But it was too late for the Democrats.
The two writers say there were two versions of the former president, one functioning and one non-functioning. The non-functioning version, they say, was hidden by Biden's inner circle. There are also allegations that Biden didn't know who his White House staffers were at some points. What do you make of this? And if people should be held accountable, what should happen?
Well, you're held accountable in American politics by not being asked to be involved in other campaigns or in public office. You're not appointed to anything once your party takes control again of Congress or the White House, whatever it may be. That's the punishment. You don't have any legal liability or punishment in courts for having done this. And for Biden, of course, he's been at the end of his political career, probably while he was serving as president. So I don't think there's any additional penalty for him. For the Democratic Party, if some of these people in Congress, in the cabinet, in the staff run for office in 2026 or 2028, I think some of them will, they're going to be examined and questioned intensively about this. And as such, they will have to account for what they said then and what they actually knew. And I don't know if we'll ever be able to separate it out completely, but it's a burden they have to bear. Now, look, I was told, this was in fairly early 2024, by a source that had met with Biden, that he was not fully in command. Let's put it that way. And I did ask one staffer. I don't work out of the White House. I live in Charlottesville, which is 3 hours from Washington, I'm happy to say. And I asked that staffer about it. And I was told much the same thing, that he has good days and bad days. Well, I'm in my 70s, and I already have good days and bad days. So I understand that part. But when you're president of the United States, you really shouldn't be having a lot of bad days, because it affects the world.
And when you were told this by the staffer, was it a shock to you? Because I think a lot of the American public were asking how well Biden was and how cognitively well he was.
Yes, well, again, as somebody who was not in the White House and didn't visit and didn't see President Biden up close, I had to depend on the interpretations of those who did. And now we learn that only a tiny group of staffers and family members really had much interaction with him. And even members of the cabinet, members of his staff didn't see him for long stretches. This is something that, and I'm not trying to criticize the press for this, because I think the criticism belongs to the White House staff and Biden himself. But we have to depend on the media to ask these questions. When presidents misstep in an address, okay, we all, in giving speeches, sometimes tumble over our words. But when there is a consistent problem, when a president is having a hard time walking from the White House to Marine One, to helicopter off, when he can barely get down the stairs of Air Force One, these are real signals, and they can't be explained away the way we did see under Biden. I think we all wish we'd asked more questions, but we didn't know who to ask it of and whether they would tell the truth.
Professor, yesterday on W News, I spoke to Dr. Stephen Quay, a cancer specialist, who said there was no way Biden wasn't aware of this cancer diagnosis and would have known for some time. There are allegations there was a cover-up. What are your thoughts?
Well, to the great distress of my late mother, I did not become a real doctor, just a PhD. So I'm going to leave that to the real doctors. I don't know how long one knows about prostate cancer until there's a public disclosure of it, or until you have to go to the doctor for the side effects. The experts in that field will have to talk about that. I do think there are a lot of people on Twitter or X and some of these other social media sites who have absolutely no training whatsoever in medical science, and yet are expressing themselves fully as experts in that field. And I would just caution people to always be wary of experts in everything.
Professor, I just wanted to ask you, did the American public have a right to know what was going on behind the scenes with Biden's health? Because they were going to vote for him. He is the president of the United States, the most powerful country in the world.
Oh, the answer is definitely yes. Look, I've written a good deal about other presidents and what they hid, not just health problems, but scandals of various sorts. And the public does have a right to know. It's always a problem with discovering it. John F. Kennedy, who was a pretty good president, in my view, for the short time that he served, had terrible medical problems, and they were dismissed because he was young and vigorous and tanned. But it turned out that they probably affected his behavior and his performance in office. We should have known that. And there are a lot of other examples. Ronald Reagan, who was in the throes of the early stages of dementia in the last year and a half or 2 years of his term. That's another case of where it was kind of covered up and people didn't ask the right questions. So we have a history of this, and we never seem to learn.
Professor Larry Sabato, founder and director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. Thank you so much for your insights. I appreciate your time this evening.
I enjoyed the discussion.
Thank you. A ceasefire agreement in Libya remains fragile after at least 58 unidentified corpses were discovered in a hospital in Tripoli on Monday. The Interior Ministry confirmed the bodies were found in the Abu Salim Accidents Hospital, which was under militia control. The leader of the stabilisation support apparatus, who controlled the southern district of Abu Salim, was killed last week. The corpses found on Monday are the second set of unidentified remains discovered in recent days. I'm now joined by Mohammed Salek, former spokesperson of the Presidential Council. A pleasure to have you on, Mohammed. Thank you for joining us. The government announced a ceasefire almost 1 week ago following the killing of a major militia chief, which sparked deadly clashes in Tripoli. Is this ceasefire at risk of falling apart after the discovery of the bodies?
Thank you for having me. Well, I think what we are seeing now in Tripoli is not an isolated incident. It's a direct result of uncontrolled weapons, corruption, political division, unseriousness from the international community. So it's a combination of elements that had led us to the current situation. So we have to look at the big picture. This is a direct result of all what we have been suffering from in recent years, from militia, from political division, along with institutional division. This is the current situation now in Libya. It's a complete mess.
You say Libya is a complete mess. The Prime Minister says eliminating militias is an ongoing project. Is the government committed to protecting civilians and cooperating with the International Criminal Court during this project?
Well, I'm surprised, actually, because a few weeks before, they were alive. They were friends. It was like a marriage of convenience between both. So now he's claiming Gnewa is a criminal. I mean, this is so strange for me. And that's exactly what we are facing. Militia are using their influence to secure financial and political gain, while the government rely on them to maintain power. It's a win-win situation, or we can call it a classic win-win dynamic between both. This won't do any good for Libya. What we need is a lasting solution, and lasting solution requires a comprehensive settlement, includes all key Libyan stakeholders. This means addressing not only power sharing arrangements, but also to address the root of conflicts, such as militia control, economic mass management, lack of institutional legitimacy. This should be done. Not what we are hearing from Prime Minister. Even Prime Minister didn't hear the voice of people in the streets. Maybe they wasn't loud enough. I don't know. So I don't think that any solutions will come from this government. We need a comprehensive settlement to save our country, to bring stability, sustainable solution.
So Donald Trump's advisor, Mossad Boulas, has been in Egypt reviewing the latest developments in Libya and efforts to restore calm. How can these countries help Libya right now? You've said a comprehensive solution is needed.
Well, that's the issue. The international community again. The international community actually is divided, hesitated towards the solution in Libya. There is no will, actually. Of course, statements calling for de-escalation, stability and peace are welcome, but actions are needed. And we don't see actions, actually. It's just statements. They helped us to get rid of despotic regime, dictator, and left us with a complete mess, with dozens of dictators. That's what we are facing now in Libya. So I think international community and the United States especially should overcome statements and do some serious actions, some serious steps. They have the tools to put pressure on the parties of conflict in Libya. They have to be more clear, stop the doublespeak and be more clear, take a clear position regarding the situation in Libya. If they are looking for a stable country in that strategic location.
Mohammed, the Trump administration is working on a plan to move 1 million Palestinians to Libya. Are you preparing to take in Palestinians in exchange for billions of dollars of funds that the US froze more than a decade ago? You said Libya is a mess. It needs economic help. Is this how you can achieve it?
No, absolutely no. We refuse this. This is unacceptable at all. Not only me, but the rest of Libyans. We don't need this, and we couldn't handle this. And I think that if unity government agreed with the Trump administration about this, it will be a disaster. Actually, it's a big disaster. That's the last thing we need in Libya. We already have problems with security and militia and economic problems. Why we receive 1 million Palestinians? Well, this is actually this is crazy, and I don't think that will be acceptable by all means.
Mohammed Salak, former spokesperson of the Presidential Council. It's a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Taiwan's president has reiterated a call for peace and dialogue with China as he marks 1 year in office. But William Lee Ching-de also said the island must strengthen its military capabilities amid growing pressure from Beijing. Yina Li reports from Beijing.
A year since William Lee Ching-de was elected president of Taiwan, the island is facing turbulent times. Its biggest challenge, an increasingly assertive China. Taiwan's relationship with it was the key focus of his address, marking this milestone.
Taiwan loves peace. Taiwan society believes in the goodness of people. I too am committed to peace, because peace is priceless and war has no winners. But when it comes to seeking peace, we cannot have dreams nor illusions.
In recent years, China's raised military activity around Taiwan and its population of 25 million people. But it's been ramped up even further since Lai took office. Chinese fighter jets crossing an unofficial boundary separating the two sides have doubled compared to the same period a year ago. China's also carried out at least 7 sets of war games near the island in the last 12 months, the most ever seen, according to Taiwan's defense ministry.
Beijing sees Taiwan as an integral part of its territory and doesn't rule out taking it by force. It refers to Lai as a separatist and frequently calls him a troublemaker. Since he took office a year ago, China has also ramped up military activity near Taiwan.
To counter the China threat, Lai's pledged to strengthen Taiwan's defense. His government is pushing to increase military spending to over 3% of GDP and has called up more reservists for training. Lai says the best way to avoid war is to prepare for it. China accuses him of provoking it and blames him for escalating cross-strait tensions. Many people in China feel the differences between the two sides will be difficult to resolve.
A lot of historical problems can't be solved in a single generation. I think everyone should take it slowly.
In a sign of China's efforts to shut Taiwan out of the international community, World Health Organization member states on Monday rejected a proposal to invite the island to its annual assembly. Beijing strongly opposed its participation and called it an open challenge to the authority of the United Nations.
This year's decision sends a strong signal. Upholding the One China principle reflects the will of the people and the trend of the times. It is a powerful rebuttal of the Taiwan authorities and the political manipulation by a few countries.
Increasingly, Taiwan is finding it harder to rely on its most important ally, the United States. Taipei was caught off guard last month when US President Donald Trump announced 32% tariffs on Taiwanese imports, despite a $100 billion pledge to invest in US manufacturing by the island's semiconductor giant, TSMC. Washington is bound by treaty to defend the island in the event of an attack, but that's facing questions under Trump's transactional approach. Yena Li, Al Arabiya, Beijing.
A reminder of our top stories. The UK suspends trade deal talks with Israel over their military expansion as Keir Starmer calls the level of suffering in Gaza utterly intolerable. Original Sin, the book accusing the Biden administration of a political cover-up, hits the bookshelves today. And at least 58 bodies are discovered in a hospital in Tripoli after clashes and a fragile ceasefire in Libya. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
Late-stage diagnosis or a deliberate deception. Former President Joe Biden's cancer revelation has reignited debate about his health while in office. What he knew and when is up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It's coming up on Wednesday.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Several headlines dominated the front pages of global newspapers today. British newspapers talked about Prime Minister Keir Starmer's reset regarding Brexit, with most seeing it as giving into Brussels. American media focused on Biden's cancer diagnosis, and the different reactions ensued as a result, while other stories like President Trump's leaving Russia and Ukraine to work out the ending of the war by themselves received a lot of attention. For one, Max Booth published an opinion article today in the Washington Post saying that President Trump is overly patient with Russian president, even as the latter stonewalls American ceasefire efforts. The article critiques Trump's handling of the Russian-Ukraine war, highlighting his contrasting attitudes towards critics at home and Vladimir Putin. While Trump is quick to lash out at U.S. figures, he remains patient with Putin, even as the Russian leader undermines Trump's peace efforts. Despite promises to end the war quickly, Trump's negotiations have indeed failed, with Russia refusing to compromise and continuing its aggression. The article argues that Trump avoids confronting Putin and instead praises fruitless tasks. Meanwhile, Ukraine's defense industry is growing stronger, making the country more self-reliant, but it still definitely needs U.S. support. The author concludes that Trump's lack of leverage and reluctance to pressure Putin have allowed Russia Gaza to prolong the conflict and weaken his reputation as a dealmaker. The editorial board of the Wall Street Journal talked about Moody's latest ratings of the U.S. debt, saying that Washington deserved a downgrade, highlighting that U.S. debt is spending, or is indeed a spending problem, which neither party wants to stop. The article reviews Moody's recent downgrade of U.S. debt, citing high deficits and rising interest costs. It criticizes both political parties for overspending and not addressing the real problem, which is government spending, especially on entitlements. The article notes that while revenues have stayed steady, spending has surged, especially during the pandemic under Presidents Trump and Biden as well. The current deficit is unlikely or unusually high for a growing economy. The author warns that without spending cuts, debt will keep rising. The article doubts Republicans will make big changes as they avoid cutting popular programs. It also warns that new tariffs and possible tax hikes could hurt the economy. The Moody's downgrade is seen as a clear warning for Washington to fix its fiscal policies before a real crisis hits. Another article caught my eye in the Wall Street Journal, tackling a new phenomenon linked to using AI by schools and university students. The issue was touched upon also by many articles in different newspapers, with some going as far as saying that AI is depriving students of basic human skills. However, John Goyette addressed the issue from a different angle in the Wall Street Journal today, offering suggestions on how to stop students from cheating with AI. Goyette, by the way, is Vice President and Dean Emeritus of Thomas Aquinas College, and the article reviews how AI tools like ChatGPT have made cheating common in colleges, making traditional teaching and testing methods less effective. Many students use AI to write essays, for example, and complete assignments, but this harms real learning and critical thinking. Surveys show that most students want AI banned from campus because they value honest education. The author argues that online classes and screens should be limited, and in-person methods like oral exams and class discussions should return. These traditional approaches, such as Socratic seminars, have students think deeply and learn better. The article says colleges have the resources to make these changes if they choose. And in the end, the author believes technology should not replace real education and personal growth in universities. The Financial Times published a report today discerning that being pro-Trump pays dividends as European politics swings sharply to the right. The article reviews recent elections in Romania, Poland, and also Portugal, highlighting a rising tide of right-wing populism across Europe. While centrists, pro-Europe candidates narrowly held onto power, the strong performances of nationalist, Trump-aligned candidates signal growing public discontent with traditional parties. In Romania, George Simeon's far-right party gained significant support, and in Portugal, the anti-immigration Chega party achieved its best results yet. Also, Poland faces a close presidential runoff, with far-right candidates gaining momentum and challenging the political establishment. The article suggests or argues that although centrists remain in control for now, the surge in anti-establishment and populist sentiment is reshaping Europe's political landscape and could have major consequences in future elections. Moving on to The Telegraph, which focused today on Prime Minister Keir Starmer's reset deal with Brussels. Titles like "Kiss Goodbye to Brexit" and "Starmer Gives Into Brussels" appear on its front page, while many opinion articles addressed the issue as well. For one, Lord David Frost who was the chief negotiator for exiting the European Union and then a cabinet minister under the Boris Johnson's government, wrote an article saying this EU reset deal is far worse than he even feared. He believes that Starmer has betrayed Brexit comprehensively and that the will of the people has been flouted. The article offers a critical review of the new UK-EU agreement negotiated by Labour under Starmer, arguing it gives away too much to the EU for little in return. The author lists 5 main concerns: the UK rejoining the EU's agri-food single market, adopting stricter EU energy and carbon rules, delaying control of UK fishing waters until 2038, introducing a youth mobility scheme without clear limits, and finally paying significant fees to the EU for these arrangements. The article claims these concessions undermine British sovereignty and will hurt key industries like farming and fishing. Lord Frost believes Labour's main goal is to get closer to the EU, while the EU remains tough in negotiations, and the article calls on Conservatives to fight to regain lost powers. The European perspective of the economic rapprochement between the UK and the EU was clearly a bit more positive, as depicted in European newspapers like Le Monde. The newspaper published an in-depth report viewing the Monday meetings and consequently the agreement as marking the start of a new alliance between Keir Starmer's Britain and the European Union and a fresh start between the two. The report presents the EU's perspective on the UK-EU summit as cautiously optimistic but pragmatic. EU leaders see the new Security and Defence Pact as a necessary step to formalise cooperation, especially with growing uncertainty over US support for Europe. However, the EU is clear that this pact alone does not guarantee UK access to major EU defence funds, and further alignment is indeed required. The report highlights that Brussels remains firm on key issues, pressing for permanent fishing rights and youth mobility agreements, while viewing the UK's reluctance as a barrier to deeper ties. EU officials stress that real progress depends on the US adopting EU standards and making concrete concessions, signalling that goodwill alone is not enough for a true reset in relations. And we'll end with Politico, which published a report asking why has Elon Musk disappeared from the spotlight. The article details Elon Musk's dramatic fall from political prominence during Trump's second term. Once he was a constant presence at the White House events and a key figure in the government efficiency program and efforts, Musk is now rarely mentioned by Trump or by Republicans or even by official channels. This shift is partly due to Musk's rising unpopularity polls, which show he is less favored than Trump and is seen as a liability, especially after Democrats used his involvement in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race to energize their base and secure a decisive victory. While Musk's cost-cutting initiatives through the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, continue, his public role has faded as Republicans focus on other issues. The report concludes that even though Democrats still use Musk as a symbol in campaigns, Musk's diminished profile signals a broader political recalibration around his controversial image. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
As President Trump's visit to the region continues to send ripples right across the political spectrum and global markets as well, let's take a closer look at the actual beneficiaries of the agreements and the policies agreed to by the leaders of the United States and Saudi Arabia, notably the businesses and the entrepreneurs that run them. Well, one group that enables cross-border collaboration between firms in both countries is the US-Saudi Business Council. We're joined now by Charles Halab, who is the CEO and the president of the US-Saudi Business Council. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Charles. You're in Riyadh, I see, and I'm told you were at the investment forum, which was held at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center there in Riyadh earlier in the week. How would you describe the mood in that conference center?
Well, first, thank you so much. Great to be with you today. The mood is easy to describe. It was absolutely electric. I think no matter which side of the ocean you're on and which side of the political spectrum you're on, the mood was incredibly optimistic, energetic, and aspirational.
Okay, well, it certainly looked that way in the pictures. And we've been looking at some of the pictures just before we crossed you. Now, just tell us a bit about the organization you work for, the US-Saudi Business Council. It's a bilateral NGO. Tell us, give some examples of the sorts of things the Council does to build and strengthen business ties between the two countries.
Sure. We work directly with companies on both sides, on the Saudi side, on the U.S. side, to create partnerships, facilitate deals, do whatever we can to build and enhance trade, commerce, and investment between the two countries. In terms of this forum in particular, all sorts of deals were signed, celebrated. Many of those began with conversations at the US-Saudi Business Council. So a very exciting time for us and a very exciting week for us here.
Okay, now just tell us a bit about the Council's role during the course of the presidential visit.
Sure. Well, we worked with the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia at the outset to help organize the forum. In particular, we were an authorized invitor, so we reached out to our networks and our members to make sure that the creme de la creme of U.S. companies and Saudi companies were represented at the forum. We were also honored to play a role at the forum itself. We hosted a panel session on quality of life sectors, which, of course, are very near and dear to our hearts, but also provide the magic around all these other business sectors and initiatives.
Okay, and presumably you had to do an awful lot of forward planning and arranging, and you and your colleagues at the Council were presumably extremely busy in the run-up to the arrival of President Trump.
Indeed, we were. Yes, I enjoyed my first full night of sleep in a long time last night. So,
okay, just tell us. I mean, the fact that the U.S. president made Saudi Arabia the first stop on this, his first planned foreign visit. It wasn't his actual first visit, but it was the first one he'd planned to make. What does that tell us about the relationship between the U.S. and Saudi?
Well, it certainly wasn't by accident. And the lessons are easy to draw from it, that Saudi Arabia is, it plays a very, very, very important role now under this presidency and is, in our view, rightfully center stage in the world for our purposes on the business front, but well beyond that as well.
So where does this then take U.S.-Saudi relations? I mean, where do we head to from here as a result of that visit and that historic forum?
Well, I think this is the beginning of a new chapter. We like to think of it as the chapter of true partnership. You know, the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia is very, very strong, has been strong. But that relationship, I think, in this next chapter becomes once again a true partnership, particularly on the business front. And as you know, all sorts of initiatives were launched, some renewed, and many objectives outlined that sort of clear the path for that sort of renewed partnership.
When you say a true partnership, I mean, we heard a lot of people we spoke to as we were covering the visit by President Trump using words of, saying it was a two-way street, that investment forum, mutually beneficial to both countries. I mean, we know about the 600 billion Saudi investment commitment, but what's the upside for the kingdom? What's the upside for Saudi Arabia?
Well, I don't think it's just 600 billion, without any strategic purpose or intent around it. I think about Vision 2030. That's very, very important to the kingdom. I think a lot of that investment will be focused and managed through the lens of what serves the goals of Vision 2030 the best. And I do think that it's not simply return on investment in terms of those investments that are being contemplated. It's strategic return on investment. It's how those investments will build a stronger partnership between the United States and Saudi Arabia. So and keep in mind, it is indeed bilateral. There are all sorts of initiatives underway to make sure that partnerships are formed between U.S. companies and Saudi companies, that FDI from the United States continues to Saudi Arabia in light of and in the context of Vision 2030. So we view it very bilaterally, and that suits us very, very well at the U.S.-Saudi Business Council, because that is our mandate and our mission.
And when you say a strategic ROI, have you got an example of such a case?
Sure. All you need to do is look at the pillars that are most important under Vision 2030: technology and energy, renewable energy, mining and minerals, and on, and understand that real estate, investing in real estate in California may not be the highest priority today, so much as investing in technologies and companies that have a real, tangible, and long-term benefit to the objectives of the kingdom and its various ministries and various initiatives in making sure that they reach their diversification goals and other goals.
Okay, and U.S. direct investments in Saudi Arabia reached just over $15 billion US dollars last year. How do you see the kingdom attracting more U.S. capital in the coming years then?
Well, this week was a very, very good start. I think U.S. companies want to feel comfortable about the overall relationship at the highest levels. That signal has certainly been sent out. I think there are other issues that the Saudis are addressing in terms of building the enthusiasm and the energy for U.S. investments into Saudi Arabia, and we're working with a number of stakeholders in that regard. So stay tuned, but this week and the forum and the visit and all the fanfare around it was just the beginning.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been a 90-year partnership, and people are talking about this new golden era in U.S.-Saudi relations. Where do you see the U.S.-Saudi partnership heading in the years ahead?
Well, I'm looking forward to the next 90, that's for sure. And I think golden years or golden age is an appropriate term. We're going to have to be very careful to not leave it just to fanfare, to make sure that commitments become investments, that words become actions. But I can tell you from working in the kingdom and around the kingdom for several decades, This time is different. There is incredible momentum, energy. There is specificity to deals and to projects and to initiatives, and we view ourselves as on point to make sure that all of this becomes the true partnership that we seem to be celebrating here today.
Yeah, and obviously your role, as you've been describing it, is to facilitate business in both directions. We've been talking to a lot of people on this channel the last few days about how to do business in Saudi Arabia, and we've heard from Saudi economists and experts telling us there are certain things you shouldn't do, and then there's a sense in Saudi Arabia people are fed up with people viewing Saudi Arabia as being a kind of an ATM machine. They don't like being patronized or preached to. I mean, have you got any golden nuggets of advice that you give your clients, your partners, when they want to enter the Saudi market?
Yeah, not unlike what you just described. Those days are long gone, if they ever existed in the first place, where people could come here and just expect the kingdom or any of its stakeholders to pony up money for this investment or that investment. It all has to have a story related to it, and a story that is in furtherance of the objectives of Vision 2030. And you don't need me to talk about those at length, probably, but they're very clear and very ambitious. And those are the kinds of decisions that will be made with respect to Saudi investments going forward. And you're absolutely singing our tune when you say this is not a time to come and simply view Saudi Arabia as a cash machine. Saudi Arabia enjoys incredible prominence on the world stage these days, and for the United States and for U.S. businesses, they deserve the respect and recognition as a strategic partner.
Just going back to the deals that were struck during President Trump's visit to Saudi. I mean, obviously lots of sectors affected, the obvious ones being energy, defense, tech, space to a certain extent as well. Which sector do you think holds the greatest long-term potential for collaboration, do you think?
Oh, you're going to get me in trouble. This is like asking about children. I love them all equally, Tom. Greatest long-term, I really, probably technology, if I had to pick one. But there are others that are very near and dear to my heart. The session we did was on quality of life sectors, for example, and I think that's where some of the magic resides. In tourism and culture and sports and entertainment, that creates the magic that, in my view, enables great initiatives in energy and technology and other areas.
Right, and there's an argument, isn't there, that they all feed each other, and there's, once you've got an ecosystem going, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Picking up on tech there, I mean, obviously artificial intelligence very close to the hearts of a lot of people around the world, but it seems like Saudi Arabia is really keen on developing AI. Obviously, US chips are going to be used there in Saudi Arabia, and that involves a lot of trust, doesn't it? Because the United States doesn't give that kind of trust away very easily.
Well said, yes. In this particular area with respect to chips and in other areas, you can see the flavor of the week, and even behind the scenes, there's trust on show.
Just two quick questions before we wrap up. I'd like to take you back to the forum and the mood there. And I just wanted to ask you, what do you think stands out for you from there, or maybe another element of President Trump's visit as being the photo moment of the whole time that he was there?
Well, the photo moment is the moment with MBS, or the moments with MBS and Trump together. Those symbolize the new chapter, the friendship, the partnership, and so on and so forth. But what was different about this, and I've been to many of these forums, as I'm sure you have, the electricity was genuine. the skepticism was not there. I mean, skeptics were converted over the course of the last few weeks, and that was really interesting and eye-opening for me.
And what was the loudest moment in that forum? I mean, we had a glimpse of, obviously clips and footage of the forum taking place in Riyadh. But, in terms of the audio, what was the moment where people gasped or clapped the loudest?
Maybe hard to say, but my sense was the announcement about Syria was figuratively and literally the loudest moment in the room.
Yeah, that tallies with what we were told. Well, thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Charles Halab, the CEO and the president of the US Saudi Business Council. Thank you for your time, sir.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Honolulu, a journey that'll give you history, food trips, and adventure. But more than anything, Honolulu offers you nature at its best. One of the most famous is Waikiki, the beachfront neighborhood of Honolulu and the most touristy area in town. Occupying a long stretch of the coast on the south shore of Honolulu, Waikiki's got a strip of high-rise hotels and resorts lining the beach. Other famous spots on the historical side include the Lolani Palace, a historical landmark in downtown Honolulu originally built in 1879. Pearl Harbor is also considered a memorial attraction in Honolulu. Meanwhile, the local Hawaiian cuisine is certainly a thing to try. Then there's a Honolulu's Chinatown for fresh produce. The busy market section of Honolulu smells of fresh fruits and veggies and meat and fish. Here you can buy produce at great prices. And finally, here are Honolulu's well-known nature trips. The Hanayuma Bay is one of the most famous places on the entire island for snorkeling. It's a nature reserve and marine sanctuary. Hiking is one of the best things to do in Honolulu. There are quite a few good hikes right in the Honolulu area. Some of them a bit outside of the city limits, but others are just right in the city. Take your pick. Then, of course, there's the Diamond Head, which is the iconic former volcano that's an emblem of travelers visiting Honolulu. People often like to take photos with it as a backdrop, but the view is in fact so much better when you're on top of it. Then there's the Manoa Falls that offers a lush green jungle hike. It's a good way to appreciate the greenery and plants and trees of Hawaii. The north shore of Oahu is also great for surfing, or try the bodyboard, stand-up paddleboard, and other ocean activities. And then there's the Honolulu Zoo that's home to 905 different animals. Along with the diversity of different animals at the Honolulu Zoo, also neatly designed with many different lush tropical gardens. And finally, the Waikiki Aquarium is a good place to learn about the marine life of Hawaii. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. Guatemala. Adventure awaits at Guatemala. You can dare to explore the jungles or go on a canopy tour. The rainforests at Guatemala are perfect for thrill seekers to engage in many action-packed adventures. Guatemala is in fact known for its great outdoors. Its subtropical rainforests are protected, so people can enjoy nature-friendly activities such as hiking, biking, and horse riding. You can also hike up the Mayan pyramids. Tikal is a famous archaeological site hidden deep within the rainforest, where 70-meter or 230 feet high pyramids are seen through the canopies. It is a known UNESCO World Heritage Site that has more than 3,000 structures. And if a pyramid isn't enough for you, then you can also try hiking up an active volcano. Guatemala's Volcan Pacaya remains one of the most hiked volcanoes in the country. Molten lava slowly pours through its summit, creating huge dusk and lava fields that admittedly create an impressive landscape. Also popular in Guatemala is the breathtaking Caribbean coast. You can reach it by boating along the Rio Dulce. It is a highly recommended trip as you'll get to experience a unique, isolated island feel. There, you'll arrive to hammocks and a rustic-themed beachside. Of course, you should go meet the locals. Explore the unique highlands region of western Guatemala, which is also known in Spanish as El Altiplano. Many of the modern-day indigenous Mayan groups reside there, and it's fantastic to listen to them speak in their native tongue. The locals retain the sacred rituals of their ancestors too, and you'll definitely enjoy the view of the great mountains and untouched beauty of the region's surroundings. Take a trip to the city proper. Although most tourists would rather skip the traffic-induced capital, you should still pay a visit. The place still has enticing gems yet to be discovered. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What is it about Crimea that's got two countries fighting for years? I mean, it's just a diamond-shaped piece of land sticking out into the Black Sea, kind of easy to miss on the map, but this little peninsula has sparked wars, shaped empires, and now sits at the center of one of the most dangerous conflicts of our time. Russia and Ukraine both claim it, though Ukraine is the internationally recognized land in the world. Let's take a closer look. To get why Crimea matters, you've got to look at where it is. It sits right in the middle of the Black Sea, and that's huge. We're talking about a key waterway to trade, military access, and geopolitical influence. For Russia, control over Crimea means power, real power. It gives them direct access to the Mediterranean and beyond, something they fought for centuries. And then there's Sevastopol, a major port city on the southern tip of Crimea. It's home to Russia's Black Sea Fleet, and here's the kicker. It's a warm water port. That means it stays ice-free all year. For a country like Russia, where so many northern ports freeze over in the winter, that's a very big deal. But it's not just about ships and strategy. Did you know Crimea has also been a vacation hotspot? Back in the days of the Russian Empire, even the last Tsar, Nicholas II, used to spend his summers there. Later, during the Soviet times, the city of Yalta became a go-to resort, the kind of place where people dreamed of visiting. But beneath the sunshine and beaches, Crimea's past is heavy. The history of this place is filled with power struggles and painful memories. In the 1700s, the Russian Empire first annexed Crimea from the indigenous people of the peninsula. Then came one of the darkest chapters. In 1944, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin accused the people of the peninsula of working with Nazi Germany. His response? Deport nearly 200,000 of them to Central Asia. Nearly half didn't survive the journey. That trauma still shapes identity and politics in Crimea today. Fast forward to 1954, another turning point. Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev transfers Crimea from Russia to Ukraine. That might sound like a huge deal, but at the time, both were still part of the Soviet Union. It was more like rearranging furniture within the same house. But when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, everything changed. Ukraine became independent, and with it, Crimea officially became Ukrainian territory. That set the stage for what we're seeing today. Then came 2014, the big shift. After mass protests in Ukraine ousted the country's pro-Russian president Viktor Yanukovych, the Kremlin saw a chance. Russian troops, wearing unmarked uniforms, suddenly appeared in Crimea and took control. A referendum followed. Russia claimed the people of Crimea voted to join the Russian Federation, but Ukraine and most of the world called it illegal. They said the vote happened under military occupation. So how could it possibly be fair? Still, for Russian President Vladimir Putin, this was a massive win. His popularity soared, and the phrase Krim Nash, or Crimea is ours, became a national rallying cry. But not everyone was cheering. The US and its allies hit Russia with sanctions, and relations between Russia and the West fell off a cliff, arguably the worst they've been since the Cold War. Fast forward again, 2022. Russia invades Ukraine on a full scale, and Crimea isn't just in the background anymore. It becomes a launch pad. Russian forces use it to attack southern Ukraine and move in fast. But Ukraine isn't just defending, it's hitting back. Over the past few years, Ukrainian forces have targeted key sites in Crimea, airfields, ammo depots, and even the Kerch Bridge, a giant symbol of Russia's control. At 19 kilometers long, the Kerch Bridge is the longest in Europe. Russia built it after annexing Crimea, not just for logistics, but as a literal concrete claim to the land. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he's made it crystal clear. Ukraine will not stop until Crimea is back. So what now? Can Ukraine actually retake it? Will Russia give it up? Or is Crimea going to stay a geopolitical powder keg for years to come? What we do know is this. Crimea isn't just a piece of land. It's a symbol, a strategic stronghold, and a flashpoint in a war that's still far from over.
Challenge not accepted. Russia's Vladimir Putin was a no-show in Istanbul. Not the greatest start to ceasefire negotiations he himself called for. The snub and Russia's latest list of demands aren't going down well with US President Donald Trump. So, does Russia really want peace? And is the US running out of patience? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Else getting a sense of deja vu? Istanbul has hosted the first direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine in 3 years. But the whole thing feels like a bit of a case of back to the future. Same maximalist demands from Russia, same staunch refusals from Ukraine, and same outrage from Europe. After 3 years, the sides seem further away from a deal than ever before. And there are signs that Trump's patience with Russia's Vladimir Putin is starting to run out.
We have to meet. He and I will meet. I think we'll solve it, or maybe not, but at least we'll know. And if we don't solve it, it'll be very interesting.
Interesting indeed, because on the horizon are what US Senator Lindsey Graham has described as bone-crushing sanctions. But is it enough to force Russia seriously back to the table? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if Russia's president is truly interested in a peace deal. What concessions would Ukraine have to make to get there? And going forward, would it be more beneficial for Europe to bring Russia back in from the cold? Stay with us. To discuss the Ukraine-Russia negotiations and explore the details of any potential peace deal, I'm joined by Christopher Steele, the former head of the Russia desk at the British intelligence service, MI6. Also joining our panel, Sergei Markov, a political scientist and former advisor and spokesperson to Russian President Vladimir Putin, and Ilya Ponomarev, the chairman of the Congress of People's Deputies of Russia, made up of Russian dissidents. And he also switched sides and joined the armed forces of Ukraine to fight against Putin's invasion. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, stopping the bloodbath, that was US President Donald Trump, his list of agenda items before he started his call with Vladimir Putin. Prior to that call, he also spoke to Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, according to Russian state news agency TASS, President Putin told Trump both Russia and Ukraine will have to make concessions and that the root cause of the conflict must be, and I quote, eliminated. So, Sergei, let me start with you. Is President Putin genuinely interested in peace?
Yes. Vladimir Putin very much interested in peace because Russia already paid a few 100,000 lives to this war. And also, maybe 2 or 3 times more Ukrainian people also have been killed during this war. And for us, Ukrainians, it's also part of the Russian people. It's my opinion, it's opinion of Vladimir Putin, which has been expressed by him in different media. It's opinion of absolute majority of Russian people, according to sociology. And we know that Ukraine has been part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years, and Kiev was the capital of Russia during 3 centuries. And the native language for the something about 70% of the people in Ukraine is Russian language. So for us, it's great tragedy. It's civil war. And of course, we should stop this war as soon as possible. But Putin cannot agree with Donald Trump, who demanded during this call 30-day ceasefire. Because this 30-day ceasefire will be used by Great Britain, France, and other European countries for sending their troops to Ukrainian territory, sending their occupation troops to Ukrainian territory. And in fact, after some provocation from Vladimir Zelensky, new stage of the war will start again. And as a result, it will be the war between Russia and France and Great Britain. It means about Russia and NATO, which will be very easily moved to the nuclear catastrophe. And all of you, my friends who are listening to us, will be killed because of this provocative suggestion of Vladimir Zelensky. And of course, that's why Russia
Ilya, go ahead.
For the peace deal, but with conditions. Specific conditions will be solved. And it means that the political terror against Russian people should be stopped in Ukraine. Political terror against Russian language should be stopped. Political terror against Orthodox Church should be stopped. And this is main reason of this war. It should be resolved. It's exactly what.
Okay. So, Ilya, you seem to want to say something. Jump in.
Peace.
Yeah. I obviously, when Sergei is saying that people in the West would be killed, I'm asking by whom? Not by Ukraine, I suppose, by Russia. So that's very much self-revealing who is the aggressor here. And all these ideas that the ceasefire can be used for, I don't know, Great Britain to send its troops, just out of reference. Not a single time any of the military cargoes or railways were actually hit by Russian missiles, because they are not precise enough. So they are good for hitting power plants in Ukraine. They are even better for hitting presidential apartment buildings, because there are a lot of them in the city. But they are really bad in hitting the narrow railway tracks. That's why there was not a single attack throughout the whole war, and that's why all the arguments that this ceasefire will be used for relocated troops is simply bullshit, because it was not happening and it would not happen in future. But coming pragmatically to the issue whether Vladimir Putin wants peace or doesn't want peace, I think that peace and Vladimir Putin are things which are incompatible, because currently the whole system of power inside Russia is hanging on the question of war. And that's how it started in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea, and that's how it continues now. And whether the fighting in Ukraine would be stopped, Vladimir Putin would obviously invent something else, and most likely it would be Baltic states or Poland, I don't know. But the ceasefire absolutely can happen, because Vladimir Putin is interested in building a new relationship with the United States. Vladimir Putin is interested in showcasing Russians that he claimed certain victory, at last. And that's why I'm pretty optimistic. It's just that he understands that it is Donald Trump who is pushing for this. And so it's a possibility to sell him this ceasefire for a higher price. And that's what he's trying to do at the moment.
Chris, what do you make, Christopher, of these characterizations? Do you think that Putin wants peace?
I think everyone wants peace on their own terms. And the trouble is that peace has to go with justice in order for it to be long-lasting and durable. And going back to the basics here, the fact is that in 1991, Ukraine voted for independence. And in fact, all the regions of Ukraine, including Crimea, did so in a free and fair election. And then in 1994, that was recognised and codified by the Russian Federation, amongst other countries, in the Budapest Memorandum, by which Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons in order to have territorial guarantees from those powers. And those powers included Russia, and Russia should obviously honour that agreement. And the problem is, of course, that if Russia's not prepared to honour that agreement, what agreement is Russia actually prepared to honour? And going forward, I think the problem is that, as Sergei was saying, Putin certainly and people in the Russian leadership regard Ukraine as part of Russia and the same people with the same background, and not as two independent sovereign states. And I would say the analogy for us in Great Britain is Ireland, which speaks the same language as us and has very strong historic roots with us, but which is an independent sovereign state. We recognise that independent sovereign state, and we have good relations with it now, and we haven't always in the past. And that actually should be the model for which Russia and Ukraine move forward, in my view.
There has been mounting and continuous reports over the years that Russia and Ukraine had tentatively agreed to a deal back in 2022, but it was Western allies, particularly Boris Johnson of the UK, that pressured Ukraine to reject it. So, Ilya, do you think that Ukraine should also shoulder some responsibility for there not being a deal and this war having continued for so long?
Well, look, Ukraine has been attacked, and Ukraine tried to protect its territory and did its best. And the question of fighting, you cannot foresee what would happen years ahead of you. And it's not something where sides can just sit at the table and say, okay, so we have this military power, you have that military power, and so let's decide on something. It doesn't work like this. Also, there were a lot of false promises on behalf of Western allies to Ukraine in 2022 in terms of military assistance and in terms of support for the counteroffensive that was planned in 2023, which never materialized. If actually everything that was done by the West for Ukraine throughout these years happened in 2022, I think this war would have ended long time ago. And we already have peace right now with the territorial integrity of both Ukraine and Russia. But there are no ifs in history, so it didn't happen. And right now we are in the situation of a strategic equilibrium when no sides can achieve no strategic advances on the field of battle. So right now we are in the situation of war of attrition when every day there are a lot of people being killed from both sides for nothing. And it's more and more a war of draws, and there is no end in sight. And that's why right now the situation is really different. The rationales of both sides are different. And that's why I'm convinced that in a not so distant future, we will have the ceasefire, because it's the only rational way out.
Sergei, as I mentioned earlier at the top of this segment, we're hearing from the TASS news agency that the Russian president has said to Donald Trump that the root causes of the conflict must be eliminated. What do you think President Putin means by that? And do you think that that is a logical or a realistic demand?
Yeah, and I'm starting from the giving a reaction to the Christopher Steele remarks that Russia agree or disagree with independence of Ukraine. Russia not happy about independence of Ukraine, but Russia was agree with independence of Ukraine during 23 years before the military coup of 2014, when democratic president had been overthrown, and when instead of democratic system, criminal regime took the power. And this criminal regime in Ukraine from 2014 cannot represent people in Ukraine. For example, this criminal regime prohibited Russian language everywhere, in fact, but in the region like Crimea, Donbass, Zaporozhye, Kherson, and by the way, Kharkov and Odessa as well, people, 90% of them speak Russian language. It's their native language. It means that this regime cannot represent them. And it's not democratic. It's a suppression regime. That is exactly the main reason. So, solution of the problem is democracy to Ukraine. Ukraine was in absolute security nearby the Russia during 23 years when Ukraine was democratic country. When Ukraine has legal, normal government. And it means the solution of this crisis is Ukraine coming back to the period before 2014, to the situation of with democratic, legal government. It means that also specific things. System of terror, which includes neo-Nazi group such as Azov and S-14, should be disarmed, prohibited, and should go to the prison. But on contrary, dozens of thousands of normal political people, peaceful people who is now political prisoners, should be liberated. Also, all prohibition of Russian language should be taken out from 2014. It's strong Russian demand. Russian language should have equal rights with Ukrainian language is in Ukraine. Also, political repression against Orthodox Church should be stopped. It's absolutely clear Russian demand. We're fighting not about not all the territories. Russia have a lot of territories. Russia army fighting for the freedom of Russian people in Ukraine.
Ilya, I can see. Sorry, yeah, Chris, Ilya, I can see both of you wanting to respond here.
Yes.
I think that
just want to remind
point about
that's in
Chris, go ahead. Sorry,
Russia.
Chris, go ahead. Then we'll come to you, Ilya.
Okay, no problem.
I think the points about the Russian language and the Orthodox Church are perfectly reasonable. I don't see why either should be outlawed, but I don't think that's the fundamental stumbling block here. The fundamental stumbling block from my perspective is in fact territorial and in terms of sovereignty. And the fact is that Russia does not believe, or the Russian leadership does not seem to believe, that Ukraine should be an independent sovereign state which takes its own decisions. Ukraine is, of course, far more democratic than Russia at the moment. And going back to 2004 and that era, of course, President Yushchenko, who was elected at that time, was mysteriously poisoned as well. So there's plenty of evidence of Russian malpractice in Ukraine.
We seem to be having a little bit of an audio issue with you there, so we'll go over to Ilya.
I don't think that's helpful in going sovereignty on both sides.
Yeah, I will pick up where Chris has stopped. I just wanted to remind that it's Russia's helm right now. There is an internationally... the whole thing in 2014, the Maidan revolution has started because Ukrainians wanted to get rid of the convicted criminal, which was installed by Russia as the president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych. Vladimir Putin recently has assassinated in prison the top anti-corruption fighter activist in Russia, Alexei Navalny. So the thing is, who is the criminal regime, I think, is absolutely obvious. It's actually funny how Russian officials are always trying to describe Ukrainian with exactly the same words that are applicable to Russia. Maybe, this whole idea that there is one nation is what they cannot say inside the country. They're trying to say it about its neighbor. But at the end of the day, who should care about criminal or not criminal? It's either it is a sovereign nation or it is not a sovereign nation. The demands of Russia to respect sovereignty of Russian Federation are absolutely legitimate. But nobody wants any regime changes in Russia, unfortunately to me. But that's why Vladimir Putin is still in power. And everybody demands from Russia just one thing, that Russia would respect sovereignty of all its neighbors.
From the phone call that we're reporting on between President Trump and Putin, President Putin has said that both sides will have to make concessions. Now, the US has previously criticised Ukraine's apparent intransigence, saying it didn't hold any of the cards. And then back in March, we heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that Ukraine must be ready to give up some of the territory it's lost to Russia since 2014. So, Chris, let me ask you, should Ukraine accept territorial concessions if it leads to peace?
I think there are two issues here. One is what we call de jure recognition of territory, which is internationally legally recognised. And the second is de facto recognition of territory, which is obviously a pragmatic situation on the ground. And I think I have a big problem with the first because, of course, the precedent it sets for the international community and international relations is very serious. But I would see potentially a situation where de facto Russian occupation of certain parts of Ukraine was accepted. And I think actually, in reality, the Ukrainian government is also been talking in those terms with a view to longer term trying to get some kind of settlement over sovereignty of those parts of the country which are currently occupied by Russia. So I think Ukraine probably, maybe under pressure, but nevertheless is prepared to make some territorial concessions, but not de jure ones, not internationally legal ones at this point, until such a time as relations between the two countries are stabilised, which may take quite some years, I think, to achieve.
Sergei, what do you think? If it's just a de facto recognition, but it means we do get a peace deal, isn't this just going to happen again in the years to come? I mean, how can this reach a long-term solution?
The fact that we discuss territorial issue is just a reflection of a propagandistic approach that Russia is fighting for the territory. But I already told you, and Putin told me many times, we are not fighting for territories.
So then why has Russia claimed that it controls, that it now owns Donbass, Crimea and Luhansk?
Yeah. It's because people in those regions already trust Russia, and Russia cannot betray them. If Russian army will go forward, Russia will take another territories as well. But Russia wants to stop its offensive because Russia wants the right of people in Odessa and Kharkov and Dnipropetrovsk and other cities should be respected. Russia fighting for the respect of their rights is a key issue. And if Western countries will express same view as our discutants, means full ignoring on real reason of this war, of course this war will be continued. It's exactly what Putin wants to stress. We should resolve those problems. It's not the issue of the territory. And Russia, where the principle is very simple. Where Russian soldiers already come, they will not leave because people already cooperate them. If Russian soldiers will come down, these people will be under terrorist behavior of the Ukrainian government. So we don't discuss this territory. We should discuss what will be happening on the territories where there are no Russian troops, where are no Russian soldiers. In those territories, democracy should come. The terrorists, as Azov and another friends of our disputant should be disarmed, arrested, and should be in the court for the war crime. It's exactly Russian demand. But this is new war. It's a new war identity. That's why language and Orthodox Church so important. Those who organize this regime is first of all American and British intelligence service. They want by terror to crash Russian identity of Ukrainian people and make anti-Russian. If Russia can agree that nearby Russia will be anti-Russia, will be a threat for everybody. They want relation between Russia and Ukraine should be like between Israel and Palestine, like between India and Pakistan. Either we can agree with this? Never. We want to resolve this problem. Ukraine, yes. Anti-Russia on the territory of Ukraine, no.
Okay, Ilya, what do you make of that? Is this not really a territorial war after all, even though Russia's put its flag in parts of what was Ukraine?
Obviously, it's very funny to hear that Russia, which assembles a global union of dictatorships, and is the leading dictatorship by itself, actually teaches Ukraine how to become a democracy. It's an interesting thing. But, again, it doesn't matter because I personally, being a fighter for democracy in Russia, I don't want Ukrainians to come to Russia to overthrow the regime and to install some new regime. I don't want British to be there. I don't want French to be there. I don't want Americans to be there. It's our job. It's the job of Russians to do it. And it's obviously up to Ukrainians to decide what kind of political regime would be there if there are no atrocities, and there are none. And the international community sees for that. About the question of territories, I actually, for the first time, tend to agree with Sergei. It's not a war for the territories. It's the existential conflict. Putin wants control over Ukraine in general. And as Sergei correctly said, Putin wants to dictate to Ukraine what the political regime would be there, what language the Ukrainians are to speak, what their lifestyle should be, what global alliances they should be part of. So that's a denial of sovereignty rights of another nation. And that's why for Ukrainians, it's an existential war. And that's why all of the country, including Russian-speaking part of the country, is so much mobilized against the invaders. And actually, the Eastern Ukrainians are more mobilized against the invasion than sometimes people from Western Ukraine, exactly because they want their independence and they understand what this so-called Russian world is about to bring to them. These referendums in those territories of Zaporizhia and Kherson, obviously, they were scam. It was repeated like this in world history a lot of times. The occupation of the Baltic states was happening in 1940 with exactly the same procedure, scam referendums, and then these referendums were used to justify the aggression. So we shouldn't pay any attention to them. If there would be an internationally recognized procedure, international observers, and no occupation, which happened beforehand, then they could be called referendums. Right now, it's just a scam.
Thank you, Ilya. Now, I know that you have a pressing engagement and you need to leave us, so thank you for joining us on Counterpoints. Ilya Polmonarev, who is a former Russian MP, thanks for your time. We're going to stick with our remaining two guests and move on to our third segment. President Trump and his administration has made it very clear it's no longer interested in footing the bill for European security, prompting governments across the continent to pledge greater defence spending in upcoming budgets. In March, the EU announced its rearm plan, an €800 billion spending package to significantly boost defence capabilities, something Russia has criticised, calling the plan provocative. So, Chris, let me ask you first. Is it not better and perhaps cheaper for Europe to just improve relations with Russia for its long-term security rather than building up its arms and looking towards more conflict?
Well, that's exactly what we tried to do, I think, in the 1990s and into the 2000s. And unfortunately, the problem is that Russia's sort of view of the world and of international law and international sovereignty is not where it was then or where it should be, in my opinion. And nobody wants to spend money on rearmament. We have other priorities in our society, health, education, the economy, none of which benefit from huge investment in weaponry and proliferation of weapons. But the reality is that we have to be able to defend ourselves. And the sad thing is that under the Trump administration, we're not sure that Trump would honour the Article 5 in the NATO Defensive Treaty, even though actually it was us that came to America's assistance when that article was invoked after 9/11. And it is, of course, a tragedy that we're in the situation we are with Russia. But the problem is that there's a complete breakdown of trust. And in Britain, you know, we've had incidents like Litvinenko and Skripal and so on, none of which have been resolved properly. And therefore, this deficit of trust means that we have no choice, really, but to rearm ourselves going forward.
Sergei, what do you make of that? Is the issue between Europe and Russia just a breakdown of trust?
Russian relations with Europe has, three intensive centuries. And for Russia, Europe was the good example of what Russia should do. So Europeization of Russia was the ideology of all Russian reforms, including Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, semi-German, I would say, semi-European, and he wants to build such kind of partnership between, strategic partnership between Russia and Europe. But I want to say this again, 2014, before 2014, all this could happen because Ukraine was a democratic country and we have relations. After Europe supported absolutely clear 100% repressive terroristic regime, which is the main fact, which is our colleague, ignore. And after this, Russian-European relations are already undermined, and Russia may turn. Because for us, what means Ukrainian project of Europe? It means that Russians should be killed. For us, it's preparation genocide, which already have been made in the much more bigger scale, of course, by Adolf Hitler and other Nazis. But this, again, first step of the genocide. 8 years, Ukrainian regime killed Russian people on Donbass.
But Sergei, do you think it would make more sense for Europe, if I can bring you back to the question, would it make sense for Russia and Europe to have open diplomatic dialogue than continuously looking at conflict. Is Russia willing to come back into the diplomatic fold? Does it have any interest, any trust with Europe?
Yes. For us, from our point of view, it's absolutely inevitable. We should have normal dialogue and finding solution and so on. But now it's impossible because to move this, European countries will have to recognize that they support 100% terroristic criminal regime. It means that Macron should go to the prison, Boris Johnson should go to the prison, and another, they're criminals, you know. And of course, it's very difficult to make such dramatic change for European countries. Probably in the future, it's exactly will happen. But now it's not prepared. That's why, by the way, these people now are undermining European democracy. You know, the main opposition leader in France now arrested. Main opposition leader in Romania, just his victory in the election had been cancelled. You know, Brandmauer, as vice president of Vance, told to on the Munich conference, they made Brandmauer political system instead of democracy. It means that some group of the European politicians who now taking the power and who use this Ukrainian terroristic regime, they became criminals themselves.
Okay, so, Chris, what do you make of that? Do you think Boris Johnson, Emmanuel Macron have a case to answer for, Christopher?
Well, I'm certainly no fan of Boris Johnson and never have been. I mean, he took us into Brexit. But I think this is at a completely different scale. And what's being alleged is simply untrue. The fact is that our leaders have been democratically elected with proper mandates, and they have pursued those mandates through time. And there's a consensus really in the UK, I think, on this one issue, perhaps the only issue actually, between the Conservatives and the Labour Party, which is on Ukrainian sovereignty and support of Ukraine. And I don't think that's any coincidence, whereby in a democracy we have disagreements, very serious disagreements on things like Brexit and all sorts of other issues. But we don't really disagree on this issue, where we have to support the maintenance of international law and where we have to support the sovereignty of independent countries like Ukraine, particularly where we've given formal guarantees and undertakings in international treaties, the Budapest Memorandum and others, to do so, and we're certainly going to stick with that.
Very, very briefly, because we need to wrap up. So let me ask you one last question for you both to respond to very, very briefly. Your expectations, Sergei, are we near a lasting peace in this war? Are we close?
No. My expectation is that this negotiation during the spring will be not successful because the distance between two sides too big. And after this, a new period of the intensive fighting will be continued during the summer and autumn. And as a result of this fighting, into the end of this year, more real peace negotiation will be started. And to the end of this war, we will reach some agreement. If Russia will be successful, Ukrainian regime and European countries will have to step down.
Okay.
If Russian offensive will be not successful, probably Russia will have to agree with some bad conditions such peace deal.
Christopher, wrap us up. Do you think we're close to a deal?
Well, interesting, I actually agree with everything that Sergei has just said. That may not be terribly useful for him. But the fact is, I think that neither side at the moment has a strong incentive, other than pressure from Donald Trump, to agree any kind of peace deal. And I think that the battlefield will decide in the longer run to settle. So I think that is an accurate assessment.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Christopher Steele, the former head of the Russia desk for MI6, the British intelligence service, and Sergei Markov, a former advisor to Vladimir Putin, and our former guest who left us a short while ago, Ilya Pominarev, the exiled former Russian MP who's been fighting with Ukraine. Thanks for your time on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thanks for joining us on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and make sure you never miss out on our debates or exclusive interviews. So follow Al Arabiya English on social media, including X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Rio de Janeiro. It's a chill, fuss-free Southern American city where anything and everything goes. You'll get a taste of the old and the new, fast and slow, and the luxurious and the modest. It is called Cidade Marvelosa to its local inhabitants. It is also known as a super city, with practically more than 14 million people residing in it. It is a city of history, culture, and tradition, as well as hip, flair, and style. The city is known for its picturesque views. The jaw-dropping beauty of the landscape is all thanks to the Atlantic mountains nearby, with flourishing rainforests. These mountains actually play a big role in the city's population. It makes up most of the area in the south. Relaxed and carefree, tourists get to go on peaceful nature trips, where they can make the most out of the postcard-worthy views. Meanwhile, the north area is slowly getting crowded, with sprawling suburbs rapidly taking over. And the west is quite busy too, with huge malls being built alongside highways and multi-lane roads. But the cool, carefree vibe remains thanks to the beaches nearby. And Rio's golden beaches are a marvel too. But the things to do in the city are endless, no matter the weather, because the city is teeming with infectious cheer and creativity that's definitely attractive for tourists. There's the famous Copacabana, which has everything for you. Like the locals, walk by the beachside in the early morning and sneak in some exercise, or perhaps play some football, enjoy the sunset, or dance to the samba music that's sure to be playing nearby. Then visit the Copacabana shopping district. Take a commute to the town's known historic center, to the city's stunning architecture and structures that won't fail to amaze you. The buildings are known to be influenced by a blend of historic Portuguese colonial architecture. It blends well into Rio's modern city lifestyle and the famous Brazilian atmosphere. Finally, cap off the day with an unforgettable sunset experience. In the early evening, get back near the beach to watch the sun set. Rio is truly a city that's sought after for its tropical weather and laid-back charm, which never fails to lure travelers who decide to stop by. Amsterdam. trust us, there are many reasons to see Amsterdam other than the things the city is notoriously known for. A few walks into Amsterdam and you'll certainly fall in love with it. The Dutch city is unique and amazing, and there's definitely so much to do. First, you can just enjoy the weather, take in the magnificent views, and ride a bike around the city. You can easily rent one. There are so many bikes, hundreds and thousands on the streets. It's definitely a great way to see the city, enjoy the scenery, and mingle with the locals. You must also visit the Dam Square for a dose of the city's history. You can check out the Royal Palace, the Nieuwe Kerk or New Church, and the National Monument. Aside from seeing the sights, you can also shop or try the local delicacies. One of Amsterdam's specialties are its waffles. These sweet treats are excessively popular. Their famous Stroop waffle is made from 2 thin layers of grilled waffles stuck together with syrup. You can eat it however you like, with more sweets or fruits, such as strawberries. You'll also love Amsterdam for its local beer. It's a must for those who love beer. After all, the city is considered home of Heineken International Headquarters. Not much of a beer drinker? No problem, as there are many cafes you'll surely stroll by. What's best about these cafes are their seats that face the streets, the perfect way to people watch. Aside from that, there's also the Fashion and Museum District. Notable museums are the Rich Museum, the Van Gogh Museum, and the Stedelijk. Definitely not to be missed. The city is also a place to shop high-end luxury brands. Amsterdam is also known for its great shopping malls, housed in historic buildings, such as an old post office. The buildings are of great design and are luxurious sights to see. Inside it are the top-tiered brands for both men and women, beauty finds, and more. Indeed, the city's got everything you'll need. Budapest. Many would consider Budapest a favorite city in Europe. It boasts of great architecture comparable to none, and lets us in on its sophisticated scene that's impossible for any other city to imitate. Here are some things you'll appreciate about Budapest. A visit to the city's thermal baths is a must. Try soaking in the Széchenyi baths, although of course there are countless other baths to choose from. A cruise via the Danube River is another thing you must do in Budapest. Nighttime is the best time to try this. There are special cruises being offered as ways to maximize your scenic trip along the river. For one, you can have a buffet-style dinner cruise while on board. Definitely a feast for the eyes, but may become an educational tour for you too. One of the greatest bridges in the world is Budapest's Chain Bridge. It's the best place in the city for romantic evening strolls. It has a well-known story behind it too. The architect who had created it was greatly proud of his work that he challenged anyone to find fault in the bridge. It was soon discovered that the lions that stand guard at the opposite ends are missing their tongues, and his genius work remains forever. Budapest is also known for its great undergrounds. The labyrinth of Buda Castle is one of the 7 wonders of the underground world. The place has also got many stories to tell, having closed down in 2011, but has already reopened. There are also many cave systems along Budapest to tour, for both a learning and travel experience. There are also wine cellars in the city, which are part of the vast labyrinth system winding beneath Buda Castle. The cellars vary, but are all suitable for wine tasting. It's an experience to learn more about their wine culture, for both learning and travel experience. For shopping, there's the Central Market Hall. Here you'll find the typical Hungarian products. You'll find everything there, from the world-famous sausages, paprika, to their wines. Fresh vegetables are also among the great buys in the market. You'll also find great souvenirs to buy there, such as wares and traditional Hungarian embroidery. Cape Town. See what nature and culture have to offer in Cape Town. Cape Town is the second largest city in South Africa and the southernmost city of the African continent. It is home to the famous Cape of Good Hope, where you'll get a thrilling glimpse of where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean. The city is also known for the Castle of Good Hope, with its extensive William Fair collection of art and military memorabilia. Another iconic destination is the Robben Island, which offers visitors a first-hand experience of the imprisoned history of leaders like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu. The prison not only holds important historic significance, it also allows for a beautiful half-day ferry ride across the sparkling waters of South Africa. Over 20 million tourists also visit the Victoria and Alfred waterfront each year. It is known as the city's working harbor, where you can have plenty to do in terms of dining, shopping, and sightseeing. One of the 7 magnificent botanical gardens of the world, you should also have a look at the luscious and rare flora of Cape Town at the Kirtenbosch Botanical Gardens. You'll definitely come across impressive rows of rare African plants. It's a great place for botanical education. There are also a lot of marine life to see in the city. Cape Town offers a rare and up-close glimpse of these underwater animals while in their natural habitat. Table Mountain is the greatest and most popular landmark of Cape Town. It's one of the famous places in the city that features an incredibly unique and varied ecosystem. It's also suitable for leisurely walks or morning jogs, and great for hiking up to the summit. You can enjoy a hearty meal while at it, or simply take in the magnificent view. There are also many vineyards worth visiting in Cape Town. Along the endless stretch of hills and valleys are the vineyards that make the best wines in the world. Heavy with local culture are the colorful streets of Bercow. It is popular among the visitors of Cape Town, offering a lively glimpse into the culture of the Muslim descendants who created these enchanting streets. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
so sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Part of the fun of the movie is like these guys, they're not special. They're not as special as like Captain America or Thor. They don't have those abilities. They don't have, you know, the moral compass that they do. So finding those things is what was special about the movie and special about playing the character, radiating those things that make them special. Really fun to do, and I think we achieved it. So, but yeah, that's what makes it special, is how not special we are.
Having a great day. It's electric here. It's like finally here. It's honestly, I feel so proud of what we've done, and it's just amazing that the day has finally come. It's kind of surreal. What's so special about my character? She can disappear and come back again. She phases. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. She also has a really cool new suit. Her suit in this is pretty epic. I think it's amazing. It lights up and everything. Her personality is very, 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 very dry, very cold. She doesn't play well with others. She's very much a lone wolf. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that happens in this movie.
There's a lot of stunts, different kind of stunts that I'm used to doing. You know, I did a lot of stunts on Top Gun, but that was a lot of flight-based stunts, and so this was very physical. And that was really hard, but it was also really gratifying to work on not just like how you look, but how you're going to be able to actually do these stunts over and over and over and over again. So the actor, you just better be up to speed, otherwise you're going to fall behind and you're going to mess the whole thing up.
We tried to make a movie about, you know, an internal struggle that I think everyone deals with at some point or other in their lives, and I hope that along with all the fun and the action that goes with it, if that connects with people, that would make me very happy.
Being in a limo in Utah desert was just so funny. We're all in the thickest and the hottest super suits ever. We're in the desert in a limo that does not have air conditioning, and we're in it for 20 minutes at a time shooting a scene where none of us can hear each other. It was hysterical, and we all went crazy that day. Kind of like how I jumped off the building with the delicate leg. It's pretty nerve-wracking. I fought so hard to do that stunt. I was emailing heads of companies and productions like every week, basically being like, if we do this, it will mean this, 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 and this. And I'm grateful that I was allowed to do it, but it's still kind of wild that I was allowed to do it. I mean, we broke three records. Heidi Moneymaker was the stunt coordinator who did the stunt, the first female stunt coordinator to do a stunt that high. My stunt double, first stuntie to do a stunt that high. I was the first actress to do a stunt. Like, we did it all.
Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
There's some big threat out there, and you are gonna help me stop it.
Wait, us?
Yeah, you.
Jake, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you so much. Congratulations on this film. These characters are an endeavor. They're endearing and crazy at the same time. They must be a joy to play with.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I mean, these actors, can you believe it? I mean, they're just so impressive. It really makes it easy to build team dynamics and get into that depth because they have so much to give.
Everyone here has done bad things. You can't escape the past.
So you can do something about it now or live with it forever.
What do you feel was their main source of inspiration, them as actors, and obviously for you at the helm of it? Was it the comics? Was it the fan expectations? Was it what Thunderbolts mean?
I think when you have actors like this, I think, you know, they want to be given material worthy of their talents. And we really just tried to think about like what a story would be that would be fun and obviously function as a summer blockbuster and give you all the things that you expect from a Marvel movie, but also some things that you don't expect, and some real kind of internal character beats and really struggling with things that feel, you know, more relatable in a human context. Like, that was always the kind of excitement about getting to have a cast like this.
You thought you were going to be some great saviors? You can't even save yourself.
We can't do this. No one here is a hero.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When you have actors of that caliber, do you let them give more essence to the characters, or they have to stick to a script, or it is a collaborative effort?
It's absolutely collaborative. Yeah, we had 2 weeks of rehearsal before we started. And, you know, that rehearsal was really less about putting scenes on their feet and here's how we're going to do the beats, and much more just about conversations and going through each of the scenes, really making sure that we're all on the same page. And, you know, I think with actors like this, of this caliber, if they tell you that there's a beat that they don't understand or that they don't think feels honest to the trajectory the character is on, like, you really should listen to that, because they, you know, obviously you're trying to create a story from a overall perspective and you need it to go certain places, but they really ground you in that core character perspective, and the script improves so much in those last few weeks through those conversations and really making it more and more their own.
When I look at you, I don't see your mistakes. That's why we need each other.
Okay, that was really good.
We are the Thunderbolts!
Can't call ourselves that.
God, thank you.
I assume they worked together as a real ensemble, as in they hung out together, they discussed it together, they lived it together, right? It seems like those kinds of people.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun on set. Like, people hung out and, you know, different actors know each other from different, you know, projects that they've been on, both in the MCU and out of the MCU, but the camaraderie and the chemistry really formed very, very quickly with them. It was great.
This has makings of team that can rise to glory.
It is always important to keep the real ratio between the characters, the real life sets, and visual effects. So, how important was that for you on this one, and what did you focus on the most?
In every aspect, we always just tried to do as much kind of practically as possible. And in the end, look, there's a lot of beautiful visual effects in the film,
Yeah.
but made better by being paired with real sets and, you know, shooting as much in camera as you possibly can. And I think from a design perspective, we tried to scale down the sets to a level that we could just build all of. And these were massive, massive sets, but that's because we weren't relying on, oh, we're just going to build this corner and then we'll extend the rest of it in CG. So that way, when you're watching an emotional scene, you're not focusing on the edging from the green screen on the background of their heads. There's nothing to really take you out of it. Like, they're in those places. And for them too, like, they're stuck in that vault and it's dark and, you know, it's oppressive and it feels the way it would feel for those characters. So I think, you know, everything goes with everything else like that. The performance informs the design informs the performance, and all of it adds up to something that hopefully feels more tactile.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks so much. Yes, you too.
This team can be the heroes on the Wheaties box. With the little giddy toy. Action!
I'm sure you guys are having fun doing this together. Hello.
Yeah, we are.
I can imagine. Well, it feels like it was also the vibe of the film. I mean, this was a real ensemble of the we're always hanging out together kind.
I mean, sort of. It wasn't like we were like living in the same house, you know. Like, but we did have a couple of fun pool parties and stuff. But everybody had their own lives. You know, we're adults. I have kids. It'd be weird to, you know, have sleepovers.
No spring breaks.
Yeah.
We played games as well.
Yeah, it was just fun. It was, you know, sometimes you have to like force it, you know, and like we just did it, and that's what I can say is like there was no forced anything. Everyone just really got along.
Yeah.
And had fun, but we weren't like playing Twister on the back.
God only knows the blood on your hands.
Pretty ludicrous coming from the dime store Captain America.
I'll have you know, I was actually the official Captain America, so.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Hannah, were you amongst the three the one that had the most physical action scenes, or it's just what I saw?
Oh, great. I mean, yeah, she's physical. She's definitely, I mean, we all had, I don't think, and I think, I definitely,
No doubt.
I mean, all of our action sequences are amazing. I mean, your high kick is insane at the beginning. That was incredible. I was so impressed by you. But no, definitely Ghost, I mean, me, like, as an actor, like, the suit was, I mean, it looks insane. It looks amazing. I'm so happy and, like, proud of that suit. But it was a tough cookie to really kind of bake in and marinate in. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Oh, no.
Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Who sent you, Bob?
Nobody. You were all sent?
Obviously, some of you already had the story with the characters. Others know the backstory of their characters. So how do you deal with that, with staying ahead of the audience and not divulging too much?
It sets a new tone. It did feel like it wasn't like everyone sat down and kind of had to readjust what their expectations were, and then kind of surrender themselves to what they were witnessing, and that was kind of cool to feel energetically in the room.
Yeah, there was a lot of double looks after the premiere. It was like, good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, I didn't quite know how to put it into words, but it was like, that was really good, and it, I think, makes them think on the way home, like, more about, you know, things in their life than normally they would probably be thinking about on the way home from a Avengers movie or MCU movie or whatever, you know.
What has been the best fan reaction at the premiere so far?
I saw
that for me. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just saw a guy who was dressed fully as Bob in the scrubs that had been shot off.
You're like, how did you?
I was like, how did you?
Oh, it was in the trailer. Yeah.
It was in the trailer, but he said Sentry was his favorite character of all time.
Really?
I would question if he was lying to me.
My favorite reaction was when, in the audience, when they applauded in a certain moment in the movie where we actually choose to do something good. And everyone, it was a Thunderbolt moment, and it was like, yeah, you go, Glen Coco moment. You know, like, it was like, I felt very proud of us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. On that note.
How crazy is it to think of all the monumental fights that happened exactly here where you're standing? Look at you. You are all so adorable. Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
Hello, Geraldine and Julia. Hope you're well.
Thank you. I hope you're well too.
How much fun did you have starting with you, Julia, with the delectable Val?
I had a delicious time. I had a lot of material to sink my teeth into in this particular film, and it was a real treat to play someone who is so power-driven and power-hungry and somewhat insatiable when it comes to power.
How did you work on the dynamic of the two of them, Geraldine and Julia?
I think it was just like it came organically for us.
Yeah.
And you know, I think we just we all know this dynamic, I think, very well. I've you know, worked for people before, and so I think it just sort of we got to dig into that.
improvisation is allowed in these things. We're talking about characters that, readers know and then viewers know and then people talk about. But, when you're Julia and you want to put your own flavor to her.
There's a little bit of improvisation, but there isn't tons. It's very script driven, and understandably so. And the strength of improvising can help you even within a script. So it's a skill set that's always in use, in fact.
Look at you. You are all so adorable. Just think, I send you down there to kill each other, and instead you make nice and you form a team. Who is this old Santa?
I'm Alexei Shostakov, the Red Guardian.
What?
And how important is humor in all this? Because, these are action movies and dark characters, but, the comic relief, I feel, is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what keeps us entertained. And I think that, there's, really kind of nuanced, darker moments, but also really funny and silly moments as well.
Alexei, have you slept?
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
I'd like not to die today, so maybe somebody else should be driving.
It's always great to talk to the fans in premieres like that. So do they surprise you? Do you get surprised about, how well they know things or how much?
Yes, I am in awe of the expansive universe of fans for this world. I just cannot get over it. Actually, I find it very moving that people are really invested in the stories and in the characters. I think that's fantastic.
How was the premiere last night?
It was a blast. We're a little tired.
Yeah, we're exhausted, but it was a total gas.
Well, thank you. My time is up. It's lovely to talk to you, ladies. Have a lovely day.
You too.
You too.
Thank you.
I click leave on porch. Your subordinates will be reported to DoorDash HQ.
Alexei, it's me. Open up.
Milena? Elena!
Hi, Dad.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Good.
It must be fun for you to do the interviews together.
Yeah.
A little bit of catch up. But let's talk about those characters. They have so much story with you and so much backstory themselves. So is it a joy to take them on again?
Oh, yeah. They're such large characters. They're so big and they're so broad. And they are so flawed. And it's such a wonderful thing to be able to come back into this world and also have something to work with, to have pain to work with, to have history to work with, to have relationships that they're figuring out how they work this dynamic. It's a really enjoyable. It was a really enjoyable script to wrestle with when I initially got it.
And one of the interesting developments has been that, last time we saw them, Natasha was in the picture, and now she isn't. And that's a big change in terms of the dynamic, the kind of father-daughter dynamics of his expectations of her, or his feelings about her, or his, it's just very, it changes things a lot, and they really went there and really let us play with that stuff.
Because it's so dark and they're such deconstructed people, how important is it to have a little bit of humor here and there?
I mean, it's crucial. You can't make these movies without humor, because otherwise it would be terrifying. It would be so scary for so long.
Yeah, and also, I mean, fundamentally, there's a little bit of a silly. I've always felt this about superhero costumes. It's like, it's a bit like wearing drag or something. Like, it's like you you have to acknowledge the form in a sense. It's like it's wacky. This world has a wackiness to it, and unless you're playing a little bit of that heightenedness, I think it can get. I think it can get a little. It can be even more silly.
Although Batman did it.
Don't they make?
Well, Dark Knight Rises, they don't have any. This, I mean, it's a proper movie.
I guess you're
right. It's like a serious, scary movie.
I guess you're right. I'm gonna rethink it. Actually, let's get back in the edit room. Some horns on these helmets.
Florence, how much is being strong like her and agile like her a way to kind of immerse into who she is?
She is strong. She is agile. She's very able. How is it being her? It's unbelievable. You know, when you start prepping for these movies, you are given all of the love by stunties, by props masters, people that want to give you their knowledge so that you can feel as prepared as possible. And it is just such a privilege to finally walk onto set and feel prepared, both in your body, both feeling like fit and healthy and have knowledge, so much knowledge about things that I would never have had before had I not played this character. And you honestly just get to work with some of the most incredible stunt masters. And then you go, oh, I know how to butterfly knife now. I guess that's a new skill. So yeah, when you step into these roles, so much work has gone into them, and you really feel proud of what you're putting in. You feel proud of the stunts that you're able to do. You feel proud of your stuntie. You just feel like you've got support, and that's the most wonderful thing that Marvel give you, is this this wave of support that is never ending.
3, 2, 1, go!
So much fun.
David, the first scene where we see them together could have easily been improvised by you completely. So how much leeway do you have? Or you have to stick to the script?
You improvised the whole script?
That was just me. No, I mean, we do play around a lot. Yeah. I think we worked on it a lot beforehand too, though. Like, we spent a lot of time developing the script when it came to us, and a lot of that input from Florence, from me, in terms of what, so on the day they do let us play around, and we had some fun, but it's a pretty, it's tighter than you'd think, actually, in terms of like what we want to say and what wants to come across.
Thank you so much. My time is up.
Thank you.
Hey guys, have a lovely time. I'll see you in there. Go Thunderbolts!
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The UK suspends trade deal talks with Israel over their military expansion as Keir Starmer calls the level of suffering in Gaza utterly intolerable. Original Sin, the book accusing the Biden administration of a political cover-up, hits bookshelves today. And at least 58 bodies are discovered in a hospital in Tripoli after clashes and a fragile ceasefire in Libya. To our top story, and the UK has suspended free trade talks with Israel over their military expansion in Gaza, threatening further action. It comes as 60 people were killed in overnight strikes. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer previously released a joint statement with French President Emmanuel Macron and Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney, calling for an end to Netanyahu's so-called egregious actions. Speaking in Parliament today, the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy sent a message to Israel.
I say now to the people of Israel, I want a strong friendship with you based on shared values, with flourishing ties between our people and societies. We are unwavering in our commitment to your security and to your future, to countering the very real threat from Iran, the scourge of terrorism and the evils of anti-Semitism. But the conduct of the war in Gaza is damaging our relationship with your government. And as the Prime Minister has said, if Israel pursues this military offensive, as it has threatened, failing to ensure the unhindered provision of aid, we will take further action in response.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawiya Alami. Rawiya, let's start with you. There we are. We heard the Foreign Secretary David Lammy in the Commons today discussing this exact issue. Do you think the West has now drawn a red line when it comes to Israel?
Well, it appears so, at least when it comes to this statement, this shared statement by the UK, Canada and France. But quite honestly, I'm surprised that it took them this long to have such a statement, to have such a condemnation after 1 year and 7 months of this war and more than 60,000 people dead. Now, there are a few details that actually, interesting details that caught my eye in that statement. One is being the language is different this time. There's definitely a shift in tone, but also that the statement talks about the new Israeli military escalation in Gaza. In all honesty, I don't see anything different that Israel is doing now. It hasn't been doing for the past 1 year and 7 months, whether it be the bombings, the military operations, or even blocking, all aid from coming in. Throughout this war in the past year and 7 months, they have restricted aid. They have blocked it totally from the north. And if you remember, just before the ceasefire in January, the entire north was basically not not getting any aid whatsoever. And there were warnings of a real famine there. So maybe now the famine has reached a stage, or, you know, the really worrying stage regarding no aid coming in. Food supplies are extremely little, and they're going to run out in a few days. But apart from that, I don't see that Israel is doing anything different that it hasn't done before.
The issue, I think, here with this as well, as you said, Rawi, I think the issue is going to be that Israel has repeatedly ignored these condemnations previously and has quite literally just continued on the tirade of onslaught which has happened over the last couple of months. What has happened differently now is a really good question, and I do think there's been pressure put from somewhere else, an unseen force that is in some way putting pressure on these three powerhouses and Europe at large to make a difference and to actually stand up and say something. But I don't know if it's going to go beyond rhetoric right now, because this is, and David Lammy stood up and said something in Parliament, and it is, in my opinion, too little, too late.
Absolutely.
I think, where was the outrage? This has been going on, and 50 Palestinians to be killed overnight. Yes, that's shocking. Is that different than anything we've seen in previous months and weeks?
With hundreds, 200 and 300 killed.
But the outrage that seems to be there today is from somewhere else. There's a bigger story that's at play here. I don't entirely know what that is or where that pressure has come from.
Yeah, I think there's like a political decision sort of internationally to put more pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I think these three countries, the UK, France and Canada, were encouraged by the recent US bypassing of Israel in so many different points, one of them being the Houthi ceasefire, the other one the talks with Iran, and most recently with President Trump's trip to the Middle East that excluded Israel altogether.
And also Syria, lifting the sanctions on Syria. That was a conversation Israel wasn't involved in. But when I have a look at the language coming out of Israel itself and out of Netanyahu and the spokespeople in almost hitting back at what the UK and France and Canada have said, I do feel like there is a step change in the language, in the relationship right now. So maybe you are right. There's a bigger picture here at play, and other countries are thinking, you know, we can't let this carry on. We've almost agreed in some ways for Israel to try to get Hamas under control after these October the 7th attacks, but maybe this is now changing Israel on a political front.
Yeah.
And I don't know, unless Western democracies act in defiance of this and do it soon and club together as a defiance, I don't think we're going to see much of a change, because concrete action is what's needed at this stage of the... It's not a negotiation. We're not in a negotiation right now. There's continued military aid which has been provided to Israel by the West, which, with that continuing, means that we will continue to see the conflict continue. And we mentioned a while ago, I think 5 trucks had made it through from the hundreds that are at the border, to the point where, and Rawia mentioned this earlier on, there are hospitals that are about to run out of medical aid.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's worth pointing out that there are no functioning hospitals in whichever case in the entire north of the Gaza Strip. No functioning hospitals, even probably in the midsection and in the south in Rafah. And even the functioning hospitals are running out of all supplies. Now, I think that there must be some kind of coordination with the US. And if, you know, the statement threatened sanctions and possibly even recognizing a Palestinian state. Now, I don't think Europe is going to go against the US at large regarding these two, unless there is some kind of coordination with the US. We can just consider this as rhetoric. You know, it's not going to happen unless the US wills it.
It was interesting because earlier I spoke to a former British MP, and he was also the chair of the UK Select Defence Committee, Tobias Ellwood. And I said to him right now, you know, OK, I get that you're going to suspend trade talks with Israel and you're putting pressure on them to lift this aid blockade, but you're still selling weapons to Israel. Is this something that needs to change? This may be the red line, but he said everyone has the right to defend themselves, which is something
and
that...
to be supplied by the entire West with weapons to do that as well against children and
Again,
women.
and I think Mark Carney said it correct when he said it's wholly disproportionate. And the idea, of course, is to put pressure on Hamas so that Hamas will release the hostages and that we can, but without a peace negotiation or a deal on the table, that may not happen.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Which is unfortunate, but it is wholly disproportionate. And we've said this before, the weapons that have been taken in, compared to the lack of any, you've got a population who are on the brink of famine here. There is no fight back from the Palestinian people because they're simply unable to. They're unarmed and unable to.
No, and I mean,
Hamas, different situation.
The people being bombed in hospitals, in their tents, in the schools that they've been displaced to, not, you know, during the fighting or in the crossfire between Hamas and Israeli soldiers. We have to bear that in mind as well.
And also Hamas right now, we have to obviously shift some of this onto Hamas because, as you said, they have the hostages. In many ways, that's their bargaining chip right now to release, to get any sort of deal. Is Hamas now in the situation where they've got to start having serious ceasefire talks and release hostages and almost let the people survive?
I don't think they will reach that point. I mean, even regarding Hamas, the Israeli objectives of the war regarding Hamas has shifted so many times. It started off with wiping out Hamas from the face of the earth. And then, no, that's not possible. The Israelis were saying, you know, we need to really hit the power of Hamas and to make sure that it has no ability to fight back or to run the Gaza Strip anymore. Probably they have almost reached that stage, but still we see Hamas not yielding. Also, we need to look at the facts that throughout the 1 year and 7 months, only 8 Israeli hostages were rescued by the IDF, and so scores of them, tens of them, and we're talking about out of the total of 250 hostages that were taken on the 7th of October, tens of them were killed by Israeli bombing. And at the end of the day, Hamas is in the trenches, you know, and therefore I don't see that Hamas is going to yield. I see that the Palestinian civilians are still going to pay the price for this, and something has to be done.
And surely you would think at this stage, Hamas can see people are dying. Their people are dying. The people who are in Palestine are the ones who are suffering most for this. Without releasing the hostages, there can be no move forward because domestic support within Israel still remains quite strong towards this offensive as we speak. And without releasing the hostages, there can be no further bargaining chip. The argument still remains the same. And yes, as you said, correctly so, the narrative has changed quite a lot through this entire conflict. But the hostages have remained the crux of a lot of this. While they are still retained, I feel like there will be no move forward. And as we say, Hamas may not move with that, but the West now pulling back on support for Israel, the West now imposing hopefully some sanctions and restrictions upon Israel, will now lead to what I would hope Hamas will see as a reason to release the hostages.
Yeah, or to yield on some points in the negotiations so that you know, this will be facilitated.
But there have been talks in Doha which are ongoing and we're still no breakthrough. So, you know, in the background there's still talks slowly happening, but once again the main sticking point does remain the release of the hostages. And we did see Eden Alexander be released, the last US-Israeli hostage on Donald Trump's visit. So I wonder if now it's really up to the US to start putting pressure on Israel and on Hamas to make sure that we get to some sort of resolution. Because, as you said, 1 year and 7 months, this just can't carry on.
Yes, yes. I think definitely without the US pressure, nothing is going to happen and nothing is going to change in this equation, if you want. No UN resolutions, no pressure from any other country. It is the US that calls the shots here. But also we have to bear in mind that one person has the biggest benefit of this war continuing, which is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who will lose power as soon as the war ends, and he is going to face, you know, charges in court, possibly being imprisoned. So, you know, the pressure has to be really, really serious in order to get this going.
And more than words. I think that's the important thing to take away.
Definitely.
It's amazing to make noise about it and to make the cause justified and heard. Without actual physical actions here, we will be in exactly the same position 1 month down the line with no
or
further,
1 year for that matter.
There'll be no further advancements.
Yeah, absolutely. But Israel actually has released a statement and hit back at what
the UK decided to do today, and it says if due to anti-Israel obsession and domestic political considerations, the British government is willing to harm the British economy, that is their own prerogative. So we are actually hearing from Israel, and also, once again, pretty strongly worded statement coming out of there, and especially because they've been such close allies. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. We're just going to move on to another one. An explosive new book focused on President Biden's physical and cognitive decline is released today. Original Sin, written by journalists Jack Taper and Alex Thompson, makes several allegations surrounding the former president's health and his administration's decision to keep them away from the American public. The book's publication comes days after President Biden announced he'd been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Earlier, I spoke to Professor Larry Saboto, founder and director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia, to hear his thoughts on this very matter.
What do I think of it? I think they're right that the original sin was that Joe Biden was in no shape to run for a second term. And it really is pretty outrageous that his staff and Biden himself, he cannot be forgiven for this, decided to run, even though he clearly said, I certainly interpreted it as a clear statement in 2020 that he was going to be a transitional president serving for one term. He was actually suggesting to Americans that he could serve as president of the United States until he's 86. Which specific aides and family members were most involved, and of course that is discussed in the book. They should be held accountable for that, because they turned the presidency back over to Donald Trump, which they all said for 4 years was the one thing they wanted to keep from doing. Joe Biden was a very active president in that first year, did a great deal, really the first year and a half. He did a great deal. Then you could see the decline really setting in. It accelerated in late 2023. And the lying mainly took place in 2024, maybe end of 2023 and throughout 2024, until he finally accepted the fact that he couldn't be the nominee, but it was too late for the Democrats. Well, you're held accountable in American politics by not being asked to be involved in other campaigns or in public office. You're not appointed to anything once your party takes control again of Congress or the White House, whatever it may be. That's the punishment. You don't have any legal liability or punishment in courts for having done this. And for Biden, of course, he's been at the end of his political career, probably while he was serving as president. So I don't think there's any additional penalty for him. For the Democratic Party, if some of these people in Congress, in the cabinet, in the staff run for office in 2026 or 2028, I think some of them will, they're going to be examined and questioned intensively about this. And as such, they will have to account for what they said then and what they actually knew. And I don't know if we'll ever be able to separate it out completely, but it's a burden they have to bear. Now, look, I was told, this was in fairly early 2024, by a source that had met with Biden, that he was not fully in command. Let's put it that way. And I did ask one staffer. I don't work out of the White House. I live in Charlottesville, which is 3 hours from Washington, I'm happy to say. And I asked that staffer about it. And I was told much the same thing, that he has good days and bad days.
The Oscar-winning actor Denzel Washington has shocked fans after appearing to shout at a photographer on the red carpet at the Cannes Film Festival last night. The 70-year-old was attending the premiere of his movie, Highest to Lowest, when the heated exchange took place. So, Jono, let's start with you. Do we know what actually prompted this sort of furious reaction we saw from Denzel Washington?
Well, from what we can tell from, and this is only the footage that's appeared online, he was twice tapped by a paparazzi. Now, it was at a red carpet event. Denzel Washington didn't react well the first time, and then upon the second tap, decided to come to blows with this particular journalist who was there on the red carpet to take pictures for the Cannes Film Festival. Denzel Washington seemed to, and again, there's no audio along with this, so we're just lip reading at the moment, seemed to have then completely lost his patience and said, hey, one more time, don't put your hands on me again. So it suggests it's just about the cameras flashing, maybe there might be something else in there as well. It's the physical contact that seems to have been the issue here, because he directly referenced having hands laid upon him while he was on the red carpet. It may have been a slight overreaction, and I think a lot of the media is saying today that this seems like an overreaction, especially when he's at a film festival to promote a movie that he is in. Yet he seems to have taken umbrage with this particular photographer who smiled the entire way through, which I imagine was probably more enraging to the situation. On initially viewing the video, I actually thought that they may have been friends and there was some sort of a back and forth banter going on. It turns out that this was not the case. So what prompted it? Having hands laid upon him seems to be the issue. And this is, I think, maybe the third time we've seen an altercation from Denzel Washington with a member of the press over a similar incident.
Yeah. Actually, the professional lip reader, well, he says that from what he can read, Denzel Washington told specifically the journalist, don't put your hands on me ever again. And he kept telling him, stop and stop. I think this is the key point here. I agree with you that he is at a red carpet event. It is kind of required of you to have some kind of... I don't know what you would call it, to be honest with you.
There's a decorum you have to keep when you're on the red carpet.
Yes, to deal with the press and journalists, because this is what you're there to do. But having said that, the journalist did violate his personal space by touching him, not even once, but twice. The second time, it wasn't even a tap. I actually saw the footage before. I think it was taken
It's now been taken offline, that footage that was put up.
He grabbed his arm and he told him, can I take a picture now? And this is what really drove Denzel,
Yes, but
very angry.
Yes, and I can understand that. It's a violation of personal space. But then again, Jono, he's at work. This is promoting his film at Cannes, which is pretty sophisticated, let's put it that, on the French Riviera. And I just wonder if this shines a spotlight on celebrities. They're not always who we think they are. We have seen outbursts from the likes of Will Smith. So this isn't unusual.
It's not unusual, but it's definitely unwarranted. And I think exactly as you say, Leigh Ann, he's at work at that time. You're there to promote your movie. He is in France, slightly more tactile perhaps, might be something you would describe. The French photographers, perhaps the laying of hands is more of a done thing there as well. But I think when you're in a situation whereby somebody is trying to get that shot, keeping in mind that this gentleman is also at work, we don't know the back end of the story. He was trying to maybe move him into a position in order to get the perfect shot, which at the end of the day is this photographer's job as well. We've seen a lot of celebrities do things that are questionable. He may or may not be held accountable. The removal from the video online would indicate that there may be something going on behind the scenes here. There will be some consequences behind this. But I don't think that was the way to behave. And I think, unfortunately, we work in an industry.
But we also, I mean, these celebrities and these actors are also human beings. They have a certain capacity to take that kind of pressure. But if you allow me to continue, also we have to bear in mind he is 70 years old. And, people tend to become a bit less patient as they
him being
get
cranky
older.
is hardly the reason why that should be allowed. I will put it into, if Justin Bieber, who has been plagued by paparazzi recently, and take your pick on any 74 of the Kardashians, who are plagued by paparazzi wherever they go. That is in their personal space. They're at a coffee shop, they're in their personal house, they're getting in or out of a car. I can understand that. On a red carpet at an event that you're there to promote your movie, 70 years grumpy or not.
I agree, but he touched him, and twice, grabbed him the second time. If I remember correctly, I watched an interview for Omar Sharif.
Yes.
During the last days, basically, of his life in Arabic, and the presenter was asking him that, did you get more patient and have more tolerance now that you're getting older? And he said, absolutely not. It's the opposite. I have less patience. I am less tolerant. I don't have time to spend on stupid things, actually. That's how he put it. And, people have different views about this.
But I would agree with you that as you get older, you might get a little bit less tolerant of people. But then, Rawia, if I was to shout like you, at you like that for touching me at work, I would be held accountable in many ways.
Yes, I hope so.
Yes, I hope so. I wouldn't do that anyway. But, you know, but it's just something that we have to think about when we're in the public eye. And we've also not heard from Denzel Washington himself. He's not come out. He's not given a statement.
He might not come out
Do you
with a
think
statement.
he should?
I think he should. Well, it depends actually what, you know, the reaction of the public.
Yeah.
But I don't think he will. He didn't sort of come out with any statements.
It's unlikely. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, Tom Hanks's wife, in another video which seems to have been removed from online, Tom Hanks's wife, they were being approached by fans, maybe paparazzi, I'm not sure, and she tripped. And at which point he said, and he said enough. You back off. This is my wife. It's my personal space. Back off. Understandable. You know, his wife was tripped. They were leaving from a movie theatre. That is totally understandable. It was not a premiere. Pope Francis famously a couple of years ago had a lady who had held onto his hand at a public visitation, and he slapped her repeatedly. And they didn't
on the hand.
On the hand, yes, just to clarify. But they didn't come out afterwards and apologise because they didn't have to in that situation. Denzel Washington, and I agree, he doesn't have to apologise for this. He was within his right to have the argument that he had, regardless of the fact that it was on a red carpet. But I do think it may have been a stretch too far for the setting that he was in. And I feel like his publicist would perhaps not be overly joyed with that moment.
And advise him against
Yeah,
doing this
further
ever again.
outbursts.
But I feel like it's the age-old story, isn't it? It's the paparazzi and the celebrity. There's always been such a big conflict with both of them. It's something that we've heard about for, gosh, as long as I can remember.
Absolutely, but it's always in a situation whereby it's not okay. Famously, the Princess Diana story from 1997 is exactly that. It's not okay. That was her private time. This is not Denzel Washington's private time. This is your time to promote your movie. You are at work, sir. I'm afraid that this is an inconvenience, but not...
I don't want to defend Denzel too much, but I think it was the violation of the personal space that ticked him, really. If the journalist was just trying to take a picture and just said a few words to him, I don't think the outburst was going to be as bad.
I think we need a minute beforehand to see what happened in the run-up to it, because currently we don't have that. We can just see bits and pieces. There may have been a lot more to it. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt here, I feel, so I don't want to, in case there's more to it, fair enough. But for right now, from what I saw, I thought, a bit much, Denzel, a bit much.
And these things can get out of control very easily. We do know that.
Will Smith issue.
Yeah, look at the Will Smith issue. Need we say any more? Stay right there and we'll be back with you shortly. Now, a ceasefire agreement in Libya remains fragile after at least 58 unidentified corpses were discovered in a hospital in Tripoli on Monday. The Interior Ministry confirmed the bodies were found in the Abu Salim Accident Hospital, which was under militia control. The leader of the stabilisation support apparatus who control the southern district of Abu Salim was killed last week. The corpses found on Monday are the second set of unidentified remains discovered in recent days. Earlier, I spoke to Mohammed Saleh, former spokesperson of the Presidential Council. Let's take a quick listen. The government announced a ceasefire almost 1 week ago following the killing of a major militia chief, which sparked deadly clashes in Tripoli. Is this ceasefire at risk of falling apart after the discovery of the bodies?
Thank you for having me. Well, I think what we are seeing now in Tripoli is not an isolated incident. It's a direct result of uncontrolled weapons, corruption, political division, unseriousness from the international community. So it's a combination of elements that had led us to the current situation. So we have to look at the big picture. This is a direct result of all what we have been suffering from in recent years, from militia, from political division, along with institutional division. This is the current situation now in Libya. It's a complete mess.
You say Libya is a complete mess. The Prime Minister says eliminating militias is an ongoing project. Is the government committed to protecting civilians and cooperating with the International Criminal Court during this project?
Well, I'm surprised, actually, because a few weeks before, they were alive. They were friends. It was like a marriage of convenience between both. So now he's claiming Gnewa is a criminal. I mean, this is so strange for me. And that's exactly what we are facing. Militia are using their influence to secure financial and political gain, while the government rely on them to maintain power. It's a win-win situation, or we can call it a classic win-win dynamic between both. This won't do any good for Libya. What we need is a lasting solution, and lasting solution requires a comprehensive settlement, includes all key Libyan stakeholders. This means addressing not only power sharing arrangements, but also to address the root of conflict.
Now, a dinosaur sculpture in New Zealand has sparked debate, with locals calling it a waste of public money as they face an 8% rise in rates. The City Council in Taupo spent $100,000 designing the 7-metre high stainless steel dinosaur sculpture known as Boom Boom.
It's like a balloon, doesn't it?
I don't know. I mean, I love the statue. I like the statue. I don't know why I laughed. I'm sorry, but it's quite amusing, isn't it? I mean, Jono,
he doesn't share your
opinion. Can a town claim culture without causing controversy?
100%. Any town can claim culture 100% without causing controversy. Can it erect a $100,000 balloon-esque, because let's call it what it is. It looks like a helium balloon-esque sculpture on a rock that it says is part of its culture, and say, here it is, please welcome Boom Boom. You'll be paying 8% more in rates because we've put up this monstrosity in your town. Can it do that without some backlash? Then no, I think no is the answer. This is one of those questions whereby they've tried to add something into the town to make it, first of all, a tourist attraction. Second of all, to give it some sort of a level of an artistic flair. And then third of all, I guess, because of it's historic, because they're saying that this area has had volcanic eruptions and that it's got a history that is connected with fossils and therefore dinosaurs. When you say that to me, my immediate thoughts skim to a natural history museum dinosaur-esque sculpture, which is made of bones and fragments, and it looks beautiful and it's stunning.
But then, Jono, we wouldn't be talking about it if it was like this. And we are 8,844 miles away from New Zealand, and we're talking about it. I mean, I think it achieved its objective. You know, they said that, you know, that the local council in Taupo, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, in that town.
No one knows how to say the name of the town either. It's like a big debate online too. So there we are. There's a whole lot of debates going on right now.
Yeah, but they said that, you know, the purpose of this is putting the town on the map.
Yeah.
And they did. And we're talking about it so far
away
from New Zealand.
Art is subjective, but you said you loved it.
I love it.
I think it's hideous. I agree with you. I don't like it at all. But that's the thing about art. It's very personal. It's very subjective. It's like fashion or music. You know, each person likes what they like.
But what I like about this is that the park right now, where this new sculpture is going to be transformed. So this is a big drive by the Taupo Sculpture Trust. So they're the ones doing this. And Boom Boom is just the first of 21 artworks that are going to come to this park.
Jono's outraged.
That's a terrible idea. Well, again, it depends on, are they all going to look like this? Because sometimes I don't get art. Banksy and things, I look and I think that's cool.
Yeah, me too. I like
Very
Banksy.
Funky, it's different.
Yeah.
It's on, you know, you've made the wall more valuable, or whatever you've put that on, you've made it more valuable, and that's amazing. Boom Boom, unfortunately, doesn't look like much. And it's to clarify on what it's made out of, it's polished metallic, and therefore it is just a mirrored surface. And I don't know if it's necessarily that, but if it's some sort of an artistic flair to it, or is it just that I'm not artistic?
You have to go and see.
But this may now be it. Maybe 20 of them in a park makes it something that you want to go. Now,
maybe they'll do Boom Boom and the babies.
But again, I mean, this is, I'm not entirely sure, but this is not what I think of when I see dinosaurs. Like, I want something with a bit of culture, a bit of history in there that actually resembles
But we're from
a
different generation. Maybe the younger generation wants to see this and would think this is really cool. That's the thing about art, it's subjective.
Maybe.
You know?
I mean, I don't know if when you had some Triceratops in there, some T-Rexes in there as well, the cool dinosaurs.
Diplodocus was always the best.
Yeah, Diplodocus is amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
But for this one, is that a Stegosaurus? I think that's what that is. I'm not sure.
Character even?
I might be right on my dinosaur here, but I think he's a Stegosaurus.
No, that's not a Stegosaurus, because that had the Stegosaurus has the triangles on the back. You know, it has the like this. I can't. I don't know what they're called.
It's called sauropods.
So it's not, I mean, he looks like he's vegetarian. It doesn't look. It's not the most interesting
dinosaur. There's nothing wrong with vegetarians.
No, but as a dinosaur sculpture. This is not, I can't understand this. And look, it's got us talking about it, like you said. Maybe it's going to lead to tourism. Maybe that's the whole idea. Art with an impact is what they wanted, and it's had that.
But apparently, as part of this 2018 to 2028 long-term plan, the District Council agreed to give the Trust a one-off grant of $100,000 towards a destination sculpture, provided the Trust could raise the same amount. So maybe that's what it's all about, like now generating a whole lot of tourism to the area, and then they could justify the money they've spent on it.
The best description I saw for it is, instead of Boom Boom, which is a great name, is they'd refer to it as an Isaurus. And I thought
that's very good.
That's quite appropriate.
That's actually, yeah, that's
you know what's the interesting thing about this as well, that it is... I forgot my point.
It's doing what it's meant to do.
Yeah, it's doing what it's meant to do.
It's provoking thought, it's provoking emotion more than anything else.
I agree.
And I think we are talking about Boom Boom, so Boom Boom City is going to...
Oh, why is it called Boom Boom?
The interesting part is that it took years for this project to see the light, like 3-4 years between the time they decided that we want to do something and they commissioned the sculpture to actually, you know, do this Boom Boom sculpture, and then basically putting it in that park. It took years, and this is really interesting. So there's a lot of thought that went into it.
I could have
but
given
this is the final product.
4-year-olds with crayons would have come up with that in easily a week, I imagine. Boom Boom would have been already constructed by that point. It's a very basic outline of a dinosaur.
I like Boom Boom, but let's move on from Boom Boom now, because there's other things to talk about, and we've finally reached that point in the show where Jono and Rawia, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Oh, Jono's, I think yours is a little bit bonkers, to be honest. It's about kids potentially breaking the law by kicking footballs.
Well, not potentially breaking the law. Going forward, kids who kick a football over their neighbour's fence into their house is actually breaking the law. That's because a high court has ruled in the UK that although an occasional ball may dip in or out of somebody's yard, that if you do it intentionally, repeatedly, you are in fact breaking the law. So a couple who live in a beautiful home worth about $4 to $6 million US dollars. So it's an expensive house. They unfortunately were beside an all-weather playing pitch. So they repeatedly had to deal with a football or whatever they were playing in the all-weather pitch making its way into their swimming pool. Unfortunately, it meant that this year they had to cancel their annual summer party because they saw it as a nuisance. They took the case to the High Court. The High Court has ruled that frequent projection of an object into the back of somebody's yard will now be seen as a criminal offence, which means that kids who are just out for a little play around, if they kick something into your backyard more than once...
Poor kids. And whether they're going to punish the kids or...
Well, you can take them to court. So it's currently a high court, so it would be seen as potentially maybe even a criminal matter, but there's definitely civil recourse if you were to take a case against them.
Because when I looked at the story, I did think, you know, if you were going to buy a house, the first thing you look at is your neighbours in lots of ways. So I had a bit of a look into it. So they bought this home before this big all-weather pitch was built. So I think the fact that the all-weather pitch has now come in is obviously just a complete nuisance for them, because all they have to do is pick up footballs. So in a way, there is an argument, but to go all the way to court, you obviously have to have money to do that.
Obviously. I mean, they live in a £2 million home.
Yeah,
right.
So they're okay for cash, which is great. But what they've done is they've now said, look, for all kids going forward, no matter where you are, regardless of if they're in a mansion or not, somebody who's repeatedly putting something into your backyard as a projectile is going to land themselves in trouble. Which kids will be kids.
Yeah, of course.
And I guess, but at a certain point, she believed, the lady of the house believed that they were doing this intentionally in order to upset her. And we've been there, I've been there, where I've intentionally gone out there to annoy neighbours who are just a little bit moany. You're Denzel Washingtons of the world, because they're 70 and they're...
I used to hit golf balls into my neighbour's
garden. You're being harsh on Denzel, honestly.
Yeah, I used to hit golf balls into their garden.
So you did it, I did it with the water pistol.
And my neighbour used to put the Action Man over the roof to annoy my mum when we were children. You know, we all do these things.
Yeah. So now it's fine, and I think normally it would be a stern telling off, but now there's actual legal ramifications. So it depends on what side of the fence you sit on here. It's either good news or very bad news.
Yeah. Oh, and Rawiya, your story.
Yes.
I really love your story.
Only
because
you're gonna like this one because it's
I
about
really
the Smurfs.
love the Smurfs.
Yes, well, there's a small town in France called Landerneau. It's in Brittany region, France's Brittany region. They have tried twice before to basically set the Guinness World Record with the number of people gathered dressed as Smurfs, basically. They've missed that twice before. The last time was in 2019 in Germany, but they finally succeeded when they managed to gather 3,076 people dressed as Smurfs. Of course, this entire thing comes just, a short while before the new Smurfs movie is coming out in July 18th. And yeah, I mean, the footage is really, really cool when you see all of these people.
It's a lot of it's a lot of blue body paint, yeah. But I was just thinking about this. We just touched on the new Smurfs film, and Rihanna is going to be Smurfette. I'm really excited about it, and her song.
Adding to the list of people, Katy Perry was the last Smurfette. Before that was Demi Lovato. And now Rihanna's taken up the reins as well and finally released a new song after a hiatus of what I think feels like about 8 years, maybe more, since she's released a track.
The one for the
to go with the Smurfs, yeah. So it could be a new relaunch of Rihanna back as well. If she'd been involved in this, dress up as a Smurf, wouldn't that have just been the icing on the cake?
Oh, it would have been amazing. I think there's nothing better in the world than to dress up as a Smurf. Why not? I love the Smurfs.
It used to be my favourite show as well.
I'll definitely be. Yeah, I'll be at the cinema on July the 18th.
We'll go together.
Yeah, we'll all go together. Oh, Jono doesn't look keen.
I'm not.
He's like, no thanks. Okay.
He's not a fan.
Well, thanks to today's guests, Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawiya Alami. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm your host, Michal Prendergast. Coming up on today's show, we have a very special interview with the former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow. Thanks for joining me, John. I want to start this interview by asking, what were you like as a teenager? Were you already politically minded?
I was politically minded, Michal,
from the age of 16. Before that, I was obsessed with tennis and David Bowie to the exclusion of virtually all else. At the age of 16, my political consciousness was awakened. And at that time, partly because I had conservative parents and partly because I was living under what I regarded as an extremely substandard Labour government, I was sympathetic to the Conservative Party. But although I eventually became a Conservative Member of Parliament, I recovered from the affliction some considerable time ago.
And so having Conservative parents, and then you obviously were a Conservative MP, did you ever find yourself as rebellious growing up?
Yes, I was certainly rebellious at school. For example, I was rebellious principally against teachers, most of whom were either supporters of the Callaghan Labour government or Bennites, that is to say, left-wing critics of it. And I was profoundly opposed to their views. So I was rebellious against their left-wingery, if you like, and I was mildly rebellious at home. But I wouldn't say that my youth was defined by rebellion. I would say it was defined by the particularity, perhaps even obsessive particularity, of wanting to spend almost every waking hour that I wasn't at school playing tennis or watching football. So I suppose that was a bit odd. So in that sense, I was odd, and in other respects, I'm no doubt odd. But I don't think I would say that my childhood was characterized by permanent rebellion. Not really. Modest rebellion.
Yes, of course. And I wonder, at what age did you decide that you would like to enter the political sphere?
I think at the point at which my political consciousness was awakened, that is to say at the age of 16, I did some rather heavy-duty thinking at that point, and fairly soon decided that one day, having doubtless made a living in various forms for a period, I would like to be a Member of Parliament. I could empathise with those who were representing a constituency, standing up for causes, fighting for beliefs, battling for their convictions. So really, I suppose, from the age of 16 onwards, my long-term goal was to become a Member of Parliament. It was an enormous privilege to serve as a Member of Parliament for 22 years and behold, to hold the office of Speaker for over a decade. But all good things, and from my point of view, they were very good and privileged opportunities, come to an end. And now I'm enjoying a different balance in my life. And I've got more time to do other things, more time to see my family, more time to play sport, more time to read books, more time, I suppose, to catch up on the things which the all-consuming nature of a parliamentary career renders very difficult, if not, in fact, impossible. And
we will get into that in the future. To touch back on, who inspired you at that time? Was it like previous speakers, or you had a lot of heavyweight politicians at that time? Who in particular inspired you?
In my youth, I was not inspired by speakers of the House of Commons, because obviously at that point you don't think about the role of the Speaker. Hardly anybody starts out in politics thinking in terms of becoming Speaker or wanting to model him or herself on the Speaker. No, the person at that time who inspired me was Margaret Thatcher, who was leader of the Conservative opposition and the Member of Parliament for the constituency where I went to school. So she was, if you will, a source of inspiration and a role model. And to this day, I think there are many very fine accomplishments to her credit, that I came over a period to recoil from the Conservative Party because of the terrible errors that I felt it made in government. And although I think there was much of which Margaret Thatcher and her government could be proud, there were also deep wounds inflicted upon British society, great divisions in our country, a huge chasm between the haves and the have-nots, an absence of any real commitment to social justice at all, and, frankly, public services that were starved of investment and denied any sort of recognition or respect. So if you're asking me, did I admire her? I did. Do I regard Thatcherism as the basis of a suitable future or present politics? Absolutely not. I am what I would describe these days as a candid friend of the Labour government. I was very pleased when Keir Starmer became Prime Minister last year. I think that the period of 14 years of Conservative government was as bad as any government in my memory, and I'm very glad that it came to an end. But of course, the legacy was bequeathed to Keir Starmer was a very, very challenging, even toxic legacy with which he and his colleagues are still having to wrestle and will probably do so for some appreciable time to come. There are many challenges. They can be tackled, but they aren't easy and they won't be quickly met.
So in order to go back to Thatcher, did you see Tony Blair as a solution to Thatcherism?
I didn't at the time see Tony Blair as a solution to Thatcherism because at the point at which, Michal, I came into the House of Commons in 1997, I was still a strong Conservative and I greatly admired Margaret Thatcher. I was very hostile to the Labour government and indeed to the premiership of Tony Blair. So I certainly didn't regard him as a solution to Thatcherism. But of course, with time, and with the record that somebody establishes, it is possible for an observer to change his or her mind. And I readily admit, and have done so many times, that I changed my mind about Tony Blair. I started with a very negative opinion of him. But I must say that of all the prime ministers alongside whom I served in the House of Commons, Tony Blair was by a country mile the best. I was there from 1997 until 2019. And Blair was very easily the best in terms of clarity of thought, strategic direction, ability to prioritise, facility at communicating with people. In all of those respects and many others, Tony Blair was a consummate practitioner of the art of politics.
And it must have been a very exciting time to enter politics in 1997. How was that experience for you, being a young MP, your first time in Parliament? I think everyone at home always wonders what that's like.
It is incredibly exciting when you first arrive in the House. You're struck by the enormity of the history of the institution of which you've suddenly become a part. There are all sorts of rules and conventions and niceties and courtesies to which you have to become accustomed, of which you were completely ignorant beforehand. So it is a very steep learning curve, but I was exhilarated to be there. After all, you don't normally decide you want to be a member of Parliament and then get there within a year or 2 years or 3 years. For most people who aspire to get into the House of Commons, it is a case of it being a marathon and not a sprint. And that was certainly true, Michal, in my case. I stood 3 times before getting elected. I got elected at my 3rd attempt, having at 2 previous elections been an unsuccessful candidate. So when I got elected in 1997, it was, if you like, the end game for me after a period of 18 years in which I had aspired to arrive in the House of Commons. So if I can capture the point for your viewers, it was a long-held ambition finally realised. Once you're there, though, you have to recognise that you're not there in order to puff yourself up and say, oh, isn't this marvellous? I'm a member of Parliament. Isn't this a fantastic thing for me? It is a career of public service, and your responsibility then is to deliver to the people who entrusted you with their confidence and the responsibility to deliver. And for 22 years, I did my best to serve the people of Buckingham and to speak truth to power. And I would emphasise that concept of speak truth to power. I was never in office as a government minister. I was in opposition as an opposition member of Parliament, and then I served as Speaker. Sometimes people don't quite understand, and therefore the point is worth underlining. The Speaker is at the epicenter of the political system, and the Speaker is, in one sense, the most senior parliamentarian as the chair of proceedings, but the Speaker, very importantly, is not a member of the government. The Speaker is independent of, separate from, unconnected with, and owing no allegiance to any political party, and certainly to neither government nor to opposition. The role of the Speaker is to try to facilitate the House of Commons institutionally and members of Parliament individually. I felt that my job was to keep order, encourage people to take part, and try to cut down on the number of people who had to be excluded altogether as a result of bad behaviour. My role was to ensure that Parliament had its say and that Parliament had its way.
Yes. Going back to your point, speaking truth to power, you had some incredible alumni in 1997, the likes of Tony Benn, some huge characters in the House of Commons then. Is there anyone who stood out in your mind? And what was it like sitting across from Tony Benn?
Wow, that's an extremely good and probing question, Michal. Yes, there were people who stood out. And first and foremost, I would say the best public speaker I heard in my time in Parliament was the late Tony Benn. In terms of the capacity to captivate and almost, if you will, Michal, to mesmerise the House of Commons with the force of his argument and the eloquence of his presentation, there was nobody better than Tony Benn. Tony Benn was unbelievably fluent. He was definitely the best public speaker I heard in my time. That's not quite the same as being the best debater. Tony was a brilliant speaker, both from a text and more particularly the most brilliant extempore speaker. He could speak without a note for any length of time, and he was extraordinarily powerful. As a debater, I would say he was not quite as good. He would always be polite to people.
Who was the best?
To interrupt him. I beg your pardon?
Who was the best debater?
The best debater was Robin Cook. The late Robin Cook was not the platform orator that Tony Benn was. I don't think that Robin quite played to the emotions in the way that Tony Benn did. He wasn't quite as effective an orator. But in terms of quickness of wit and sharpness in debate, Robin Cook was the best I ever heard. He was phenomenally quick. If you were going to interrupt him, if you were going to joust with him, if you wanted to issue a challenge to him, you'd better have your facts right, otherwise you'd be demolished in a nanosecond. I would say that the only rival I heard to Robin Cook on the Conservative side really was Ken Clarke. Ken Clarke was a formidable debater as well, an immensely engaging personality, in some ways a much more attractive politician than Robin, with an appeal to people beyond what Robin had to offer. But the best speaker was Benn and the best debater was Robin Cook. That's my experience. Other people will no doubt give you different views, but I've got a very keen recollection of the eloquence of Tony Benn and of the formidable debating prowess of Robin Cook, and I'll never forget either.
And even for yourself, having a partisan role and then becoming Speaker, having to be completely unbiased, how did you find that transition?
Well, it was perfectly doable. People often say, well, didn't you find it difficult because previously you had a party allegiance, all of a sudden you find yourself in the role of the impartial referee or umpire? Isn't that impossibly difficult to countenance, let alone as an expectation or duty to fulfill? And the answer is not really. And I think there are two reasons why I didn't find it difficult. The first is that it goes with the job. It's absolutely expected that the Speaker is fair-minded in the chair and treats members on either side of the House equally, trying to facilitate debate and give people opportunities to take part. That's the first point. It's written into the job description. The second point is that if you weren't on a day-to-day basis fair, you wouldn't last 2 minutes in the job. because these days, of course, Parliament is not only televised, but people are watching on all sorts of social networking sites. People are tweeting almost instantly their reactions to what is being said and done, and everything you say and do is noticed and subject to evaluation. So for those two reasons, the reason of ethics and the reason of pragmatism and visibility, you have to be fair. That's not to say, Michal, that I wasn't criticised. Of course I was criticised. Every speaker is criticised. People individually sometimes think if you haven't called them to speak, that you've got a downer on them, that you're irritated with them, that you've got a grudge against them. That happens all the time. People can be prickly and sensitive, and you sometimes have to explain to people, I didn't call you because you've already spoken 3 times this week, or I didn't call you to speak in this debate because there are already enough speakers and we haven't got enough time, or whatever. And now and again, as I say, I would have been and was criticised for particular judgments that I made on individual matters. That, as I say, goes with the turf of being speaker. But if you're asking me, was it difficult to assume the mantle of the umpire? No, it wasn't. I felt I'd said all I wanted to say by way of the party political debate, of which, frankly, I'd become rather tired. And yet I loved Parliament, and I wanted to make a contribution. And I thought I could as Speaker. And I'm eternally grateful to my colleagues, because for all my faults and failings, which we haven't got time comprehensively to cover in this short interview, I was fortunate to be elected and re-elected as Speaker no fewer than 4 times, and to serve for over a decade. So I suppose my defence against critics is, well, I did stay in post when I could have been dislodged for over a decade, so I must have been doing something right.
Yes, and I think having a thick skin, because having to deal with that level of criticism, how did you personally deal with this?
Well, most of the time the answer is don't take it personally. Most of the time, I hope I didn't rise to it. There was a lot of criticism, of course, in the media, and I'd much rather have a raucous, abrasive, mordant, nasty, resentful, vicious press than to have a state-controlled press. So I don't complain about that. So insofar as criticism was articulated through the media, well, that just goes with the turf. But most of the outlets of the media, if I may say so, the written media, are tomorrow's fish and chip paper, and therefore it doesn't really matter. As far as individual criticisms were concerned from colleagues, I think my answer, Michal, is where the criticism was valid, I tried to learn from it. Where it was just abuse, I ignored it. Now and again, because we're all human and to err is human, I reacted to it, or I got too annoyed with somebody, or when I was tired, I would now and again make a mistake that if I had been less tired and more focused, I wouldn't have made. So if you're asking me, is the record unblemished? Did I always get it right? Can I say that I didn't make mistakes in the course of a decade in the chair and sitting in there for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours? No, of course not. We all make mistakes, and to err, as I say, is human. But I hope on the whole, people felt this is a guy who is competent in the role. He knows what he's doing. He's not a gibbering wreck. He is familiar with the procedures of the House, and he's on the side of Parliament institutionally, and in particular, the cheerleader of the backbenchers. I wanted the backbenchers to have maximum opportunity to question, probe, scrutinise, challenge, and where necessary, expose the errors of omission and commission of the government of the day.
What was your toughest day in the chair?
What was my toughest day in the chair?
Or week.
Sorry?
Or week.
Or my toughest day in the chair, or my toughest week. Nothing in particular springs to mind. I mean, I suppose towards the end, when there was a high-octane atmosphere in the chamber and tensions were running extremely high between the government and the opposition in relation to Brexit, that was quite challenging. But you're really operating, Michal, in the moment. You're sitting in the chair having to decide who to call to speak, what the time limit will be, how much time remains, how you're going to utilise it, what the next business is, etc., etc. So you don't really have time constantly, or indeed often at all, to internalise matters and to sit there reflecting upon your own situation. I was challenged, I remember, at one point by people who disapproved of rulings I'd made on amendments to government motions, and I think I faced something like an hour on my feet responding to critical questions. I think that was quite a tough day. I can't remember exactly which day it was, but I've got a feeling it was in the early part of 2019, might have been January 2019. So I think that was quite tough. But I tended to feel, well, I think I've got right on my side. I know why I think what I think and why I've decided what I've decided, and I've explained to the House why I've made the rulings I have made. So it wasn't as though I was confused or uncertain. I knew my own terrain, I knew my own ground, I knew the force of the argument that I had to deploy. And then it was almost just a question, Michal, of physical stamina, that people wanted to ask question after question after question of a critical kind, and I had to keep jumping up and down responding to those questions. But I've got quite strong knee muscles, and I wasn't greatly perturbed by the experience of having to stand up and down for an hour or so. That really isn't, in the great scheme of things, very burdensome. A lot of people do very much more demanding things for a living than I had to do.
And to move on to Keir Starmer, since we last spoke a year ago, the political landscape in the UK has changed enormously. You've got Reform are absolutely surging in the polls. They had a huge victory on the council level recently. What are your thoughts on that?
Reform is doing very well, and Nigel Farage has made huge gains. Those are facts. They cannot be denied or gainsaid. And I don't seek to rubbish or belittle Nigel Farage. He's a much bigger figure now than when he stood unsuccessfully against me in the Buckingham constituency in May 2010. I was able to see him off pretty comfortably at that point. But no, he is a bigger figure, and he has made a serious pitch. Why are Reform doing better? First, I think there is widespread voter disillusionment. We are still experiencing a cost of living crisis. People are unhappy. They do feel deflated. They can't necessarily see an immediate prospect of greatly improved living standards. So that is one problem, and he has taken advantage of it, as an opposition politician is perfectly entitled to do. The second factor, very much in his favour, is the truly chronic weakness of the official Conservative opposition. I don't wish to be unkind to somebody who is already in deep trouble, but Kemi Badenoch, I'm afraid, is completely out of her depth. I feel embarrassed for Kemi when I hear her perform in the chamber against the government. She frequently chooses the wrong issues. She speaks badly, and one often concludes it would be better if she didn't bother speaking at all. And so she's not in any serious sense a threat to the government. Conservative support is declining, not increasing. So what's happened is that...
Could we see a coalition, John?
...capitalised on her weakness and the government's difficulties.
Could we see a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform, and could we see Nigel Farage as Prime Minister?
I don't think there will be a coalition between Reform and the Conservative Party, and the reason I don't think so is that whatever the Conservative Party thinks is relatively immaterial, to be honest. Nigel Farage doesn't want a deal with the Conservative Party, as far as I can tell. He wants to destroy the Conservative Party. He wants a crack at the top job himself. He aspires to be in government, which is a perfectly legitimate aspiration. And I cannot see any possibility whatsoever of a deal with the Conservatives on the part of Farage before a general election. I think he wants a clear run at the general election. He wants to destroy the Conservatives and, if possible, to replace Labour. Could he end up as Prime Minister. He could, but I don't think he will. I think that he has very skillfully exploited the government's problems and the paucity, almost the non-existence, of the Conservative opposition. And he has appealed successfully to a very widespread discontent on immigration policy, on the state of our public services, on the absence of a feel-good factor. I think that the difficulty he's got is manifold. First of all, the electoral system is against him unless he can command consistently 30% plus public support. And I think that's going to be difficult for him over the next 3 to 4 years, which is the timescale within which we have to do this matter. Secondly, I think that he's got to have a much wider policy pitch than just banging on about the EU, Brexit, and immigration. And most people haven't got a clue what he would do about other issues. And the third problem he's got is that although he's a talented demagogue, he's a divisive character, and he's got an army of political novices who've just taken over councils across the country. And if they make an almighty Horlicks of it in the running of local authority affairs in places right across the UK, there will be an electoral price to pay for that. So there are all those factors which are working against him. And there's one other very important consideration, Michal, if I may say so, and it's this. Yes, the government's in difficulty, but the government is still in power. Keir Starmer and his colleagues are trying to grapple with the issues this country faces, trying to tackle the cost of living crisis, forging better links, trade, security, and in terms of travel facilitation with the European Union, dealing in a statesmanlike way with the predictable turbulence of a Trump administration, trying to fashion better trade agreements around the world. Really, Keir Starmer isn't the sort of politician that Nigel Farage is. He's not a tub-thumping public speaker. He's an experienced practitioner of statecraft. And that, I think, is going to be potentially to his advantage in the next few years. So nothing's certain. And you've noticed in this interview that I have not rushed to rubbish Reform UK. I just think that although they're doing well at the moment, they don't have a clear policy programme. They are appealing to the discontented. They know what they're against, but they haven't fashioned a credo. They haven't got a clear narrative for the direction of the country as a whole. I think Labour, in many ways, remains very much in touch with people's basic values. People want a strong National Health Service. They want an effective state education system. They want a growing economy. And if I may say so, people want, even people who vote Reform, want better relations between Britain and our nearest neighbour, the EU.
Well, obviously,
they want that.
There's been a trademark deal, obviously, that's gotten over the line. Obviously, the Reform are going to jump on this. Obviously, Nigel Farage has spoken extensively about the damage to the UK fisheries as well. They see it as a betrayal of Brexit. What are your thoughts on that?
It's not a betrayal of Brexit at all. Nigel can't escape from the fact that the project which has defined his political career, the achievement of Brexit, has been a colossal failure. This is the greatest failure of British foreign policy in the post-war period. It's a fact. It's happened. Labour isn't seeking to reverse it, and Keir Starmer has made it clear that we have to accept that that was the explicit view of the British people. But most people can see that Brexit has had an extremely damaging effect on the size of the British economy and the living standards of our people, on our trade performance, and so on. Farage isn't much bothered about that because his belief in Brexit isn't about trade. It's about this abstract notion of sovereignty. Michal, what most people want is for us to be able to export our goods, our sanitary products, our phytosanitary products, our animal products, our plant products. People want to be able to see the growth to British jobs from being able to open markets to our food and drink industries and so on. This is what people want to see, and this is what this agreement delivers. And it delivers enhanced cooperation on defence and security, never more important now than in the light of Russian aggression in Ukraine and so on. So if Mr. Farage wants to go screaming from the rooftops about sovereignty, 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 he can do so. But I think what most people are concerned about is, what's the state of the economy? Can we export our goods? Have we got decent relations with others around the world and some genuine influence? The Brexiteers, I'm afraid, are living in a time warp. They are completely out of kilter with the requirements of a modern British economy. We've got to be able to trade. That means forging agreements. And trade negotiations are, of course, Michal, about compromise. You get some things you want, and you have to give other countries things that they want. That is the nature of a negotiation. Now, I think deep down, Mr. Farage knows that, but it suits him just to be relentlessly critical. As for Kemi Badenoch, I think Mr. Farage said recently that she and the Conservatives were a waste of space. Well, it's very rare for me to accuse Mr. Farage of an understatement, but there I think he is guilty of a serious understatement. Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives are purely talking to themselves. They are in an echo chamber. The country is simply not listening to them. So the fight is on, but the Labour government has got 3 to 4 years in which to take advantage of this trade and security and improved travel arrangement agreement with the European Union, to build on the trade agreement that it's recently secured with India, to fashion the best possible arrangements it can with the Trump administration in the United States, and to get on with the important business of delivering services of quality available to people when they need them.
Yes, in order to go back to one of your points, so has all hope of Britain ever rejoining the EU, is that dashed?
I don't think you, in politics, can ever say something is determined forever, because, of course, the very nature of a belief in sovereignty is that a government can reverse the policy of its predecessor.
Would you like to see it?
No parliament can bind its successor. I make no bones about the fact that I think that exiting the European Union was a mistake, both economically and politically, but I accept that despite considerable evidence of buyer's remorse, a lot of voters who now think that it's been very bad, people don't want to go through the ructions and travails and long-winded, protracted process of reviewing all of that all over again. That is not on the table. That's not what anybody is asking for at the moment. It's not what the government is committed to deliver. What the government is saying is, look, we're outside the European Union, but we want to have decent, frictionless trade. We want to have proper security cooperation. We would like to develop a youth mobility scheme, and we want people to be able to travel easily to other countries through airports without the enormous difficulties which travellers are experiencing at the present. And it is the great benefit of the agreement that's just been reached that those achievements have been notched up. Real progress has been made. Now, is it the be-all and end-all? Is it a panacea for our problems? No, of course it's not. It's not the final word. All progress in politics, in negotiation, in life is incremental. There can always be another day and further issues that have to be broached and resolved. But I suppose what I would say to your audience is the situation as a result of these agreements that Keir Starmer's government has achieved is much better than it was before they were achieved. And it's all very well for the Conservatives coruscatingly to criticise. That bunch of jokers was in power for 14 years, and they made an absolutely hideous mess of matters. They've got a brass neck to grumble that what has been achieved so far isn't enough. Isn't enough? Keir Starmer's only been in power for less than 11 months, and he's achieved a great deal more in that time than Kami Badenoch and her colleagues were ever able to achieve. So I think, frankly, the period of silence from the Conservatives would be suitable and widely welcomed.
Unfortunately, we're just out of time. So, John Bercow, the former Speaker of the House of Commons, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
That's all we have time for today on Global News Today. I've been Michal Prendergast, and be sure to tune in again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What is it about Crimea that's got two countries fighting for years? I mean, it's just a diamond-shaped piece of land sticking out into the Black Sea, kind of easy to miss on the map, but this little peninsula has sparked wars, shaped empires, and now sits at the center of one of the most dangerous conflicts of our time. Russia and Ukraine both claim it, though Ukraine is the internationally recognized sovereign over Crimea. Regardless, neither side is backing down. So what makes Crimea so important? Why has it become one of the most contested pieces of land in the world? Let's take a closer look. To get why Crimea matters, you've got to look at where it is. It sits right in the middle of the Black Sea, and that's huge. We're talking about a key waterway to trade, military access, and geopolitical influence. For Russia, control over Crimea means power, real power. It gives them direct access to the Mediterranean and beyond, something they fought for centuries. And then there's Sevastopol, a major port city on the southern tip of Crimea. It's home to Russia's Black Sea Fleet, and here's the kicker. It's a warm water port. That means it stays ice-free all year. For a country like Russia, where so many northern ports freeze over in the winter, that's a very big deal. But it's not just about ships and strategy. Did you know Crimea has also been a vacation hotspot? Back in the days of the Russian Empire, even the last Tsar, Nicholas II, used to spend his summers there. Later, during the Soviet times, the city of Yalta became a go-to resort, the kind of place where people dreamed of visiting. But beneath the sunshine and beaches, Crimea's past is heavy. The history of this place is filled with power struggles and painful memories. In the 1700s, the Russian Empire first annexed Crimea from the indigenous people of the peninsula. Then came one of the darkest chapters. In 1944, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin accused the people of the peninsula of working with Nazi Germany. His response? Deport nearly 200,000 of them to Central Asia. Nearly half didn't survive the journey. That trauma still shapes identity and politics in Crimea today. Fast forward to 1954, another turning point. Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev transfers Crimea from Russia to Ukraine. That might sound like a huge deal, but at the time, both were still part of the Soviet Union. It was more like rearranging furniture within the same house. But when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, everything changed. Ukraine became independent, and with it, Crimea officially became Ukrainian territory. That set the stage for what we're seeing today. Then came 2014, the big shift. After mass protests in Ukraine ousted the country's pro-Russian president Viktor Yanukovych, the Kremlin saw a chance. Russian troops wearing unmarked uniforms suddenly appeared in Crimea and took control. A referendum followed. Russia claimed the people of Crimea voted to join the Russian Federation, but Ukraine and most of the world called it illegal. They said the vote happened under military occupation. So how could it possibly be fair? Still, for Russian President Vladimir Putin, this was a massive win. His popularity soared, and the phrase Krimnash, or Crimea is ours, became a national rallying cry. But not everyone was cheering. The US and its allies hit Russia with sanctions, and relations between Russia and the West fell off a cliff, arguably the worst they've been since the Cold War. Fast forward again, 2022. Russia invades Ukraine on a full scale, and Crimea isn't just in the background anymore. It becomes a launch pad. Russian forces use it to attack southern Ukraine and move in fast. But Ukraine isn't just defending, it's hitting back. Over the past few years, Ukrainian forces have targeted key sites in Crimea, airfields, ammo depots, and even the Kerch Bridge, a giant symbol of Russia's control. At 19 kilometers long, the Kerch Bridge is the longest in Europe. Russia built it after annexing Crimea, not just for logistics, but as a literal, concrete claim to the land. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he's made it crystal clear. Ukraine will not stop until Crimea is back. So what now? Can Ukraine actually retake it? Will Russia give it up? Or is Crimea going to stay a geopolitical powder keg for years to come? What we do know is this: Crimea isn't just a piece of land. It's a symbol, a strategic stronghold, and a flashpoint in a war that's still far from over.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the US President Donald Trump visits Saudi Arabia, mixing diplomacy with some significant business deals. Coming up, we assess their value and their importance. The President and CEO of the US Saudi Business Council tells us how President Trump's historic Saudi visit translates into business for American and Saudi enterprises. And AI in focus after Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launches a global artificial intelligence company, Humane, which is backed by the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Hello and welcome. We begin with an in-depth look at the visit to Saudi Arabia by the US President Donald Trump. Well, this visit was the first major foreign trip since he took office in January. In addition to discussing a host of geopolitical issues, economics and defense partnerships were very much under focus during the talks between President Trump and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, during this visit, the US received a commitment from the kingdom to invest $600 billion in a series of deals, which include nearly $142 billion in defense sales. Well, this marks the largest set of commercial agreements ever between the United States and Saudi Arabia across multiple sectors, including energy, infrastructure, health, and defense. Well, here's President Trump speaking at the US Saudi Investment Forum in Riyadh.
And with this trip,
We're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products. And, you know, nobody makes military equipment like us. We have the best military equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. Best submarines, by the way. Most lethal weapon in the world. See, we've never had anything like this happen. It's an explosion of investment and jobs, and great companies are coming in. Never seen anything like it. There's no better place to make a future or make a fortune.
The US President speaking there in Riyadh. Well, let's listen now to what Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had to say about the deals.
The strength of economic relations between our two countries has been reflected in the growth of trade, which reached $500 billion during the period 2013 to 2024. Today, we hope for partnership opportunities worth $600 billion, including agreements worth more than $300 billion that were announced during this forum.
Well, let's bring Ali Reza into the conversation. Ali, you are the strategic advisor to the Saudi Arabia holding company. Great to have you with us here on The Real Deal as ever. We were just listening before we crossed you to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman outlining, you know, these enormous deals that have been struck there in Riyadh, and President Trump before him. Just put all of this into context for us. I mean, when people talk about this visit and what was achieved as being historic, I mean, they're not exaggerating, are they?
Not at all, Tom. I mean, we're calling this a visit, but really this was a $600 billion geopolitical event, we could argue. And the flurry of announcements that we saw over the 24 to 48 hours, nothing short of incredible. Because they really, I mean, they touched on a number of key areas, $600 billion, over half of which was announced, investments announced towards technology, AI, energy, and defense, with the bulk going to AI and defense. And the investments, I mean, the volume aside for a moment, they have very significant implications because not only was this a $600 billion geopolitical and investment event, it was also a very strategic partnership. So for one of the first times, 18,000 chips, NVIDIA chips, the top of the line NVIDIA chips have been authorized to be provided to Saudi Arabia, a state company. So it's one of the first times this has happened. This is a very unique instance, right? In addition to that, on the defense side, there is over $100 billion worth of arms that have been signed. Again, many of these agreements constituting technology, aircraft, that have not been allowed or permitted for anyone else to purchase. So there is a lot of significance to this event, not just because of the sheer volume of the capital that was involved or the investments that have been announced, but there is a very strategic partnership that's developed here. And I think it has consequences, obviously, for both nations and very positive ones, but also the world at large.
Okay, so you mentioned tech and defense as being perhaps the key sectors in which big deals were struck. I don't know if you've got anything more to say about that, but there were some other sectors as well, weren't they, as well as tech and defense?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, in tech and artificial intelligence, it's you look at just take a look at the footage of the people walking through and greeting in the ceremony. We had from the likes of the Qualcomm execs to Elon Musk to Jensen Huang. I mean, the extent of the deal making or the relationships that were developed here are quite broad and extensive. The new AI initiative called Humane was just announced earlier this week, and on the back of this forum, we saw Humane sign deals with Qualcomm, NVIDIA, with a number of enterprises to really activate that overall AI strategy. NVIDIA is underway on a $10 billion joint partnership with Humane off the back of this. So definitely tech was very exciting. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, defense was in focus, but there's a bit of attention on energy as well. So Aramco is expected to be investing somewhat in the US. And there was a partnership that Thunderbolts signed, which is a $20 billion partnership with Supermicro to build sustainable AI-driven data centers with a big focus on energy sustainability in the US as well. So it was quite far-reaching and it was very broad in its nature.
Okay. Obviously, a huge delegation of US CEOs. You mentioned some of them. I mean, the CEOs of Boeing, Amazon, OpenAI, Coca-Cola, Uber. I mean, it was more a case of who wasn't there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's certainly one way to look at it. I think, this was really, I mean, if we step away from the investments and the programs for a moment, I believe this was extending an olive branch. So it was an expression of trust and relationship and a desire to work together, partner, trade together, and really share the best of both worlds. I think both sides came to the party wanting to create a real and lasting relationship. Absolutely. I mean, there were executives from a number of major US enterprises, but all of that can really be boiled down to the expression of trust and relationship. That's what this event was.
Right. And so, I mean, the tone that was struck there, I mean, and again, you mentioned it with the example of the NVIDIA chips. I mean, a considerable amount of trust invested by the United States in Saudi Arabia. I mean, do you think, trust and reciprocity, that sort of sums it up, doesn't it, in terms of the buzzwords and the tone in the discussions?
Most definitely. And you once again, if you've been following the engagement and the coverage of the event and the forum, you can see, I think at least you can see the body language of the leaders that are involved there, particularly His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Donald Trump. I mean, yes, there were a little bit of, there were some niceties exchanged and some gestures, but I felt, there's a very genuine expression of friendship there. And the keywords trust and reciprocity, yes, they're correct. That was the tonality throughout the whole event. And as I mentioned earlier, the granting of NVIDIA chips, this is a huge point of contention. I mean, this is something that's been in discussion for many years now. Not many regions in the world have had the privilege of securing such high caliber technology. And the reality is, I mean, at least in the current age, for the foreseeable future, NVIDIA is really the only one who is able to design or manufacture such technology. And given everything that's happening in the AI race, it's, the access to such technology, in my opinion, is the equivalent to the appetite for energy several decades ago. So semiconductors and AI, they are as important as energy was perhaps back in the 80s and 90s. It's the equivalent from a geopolitical and economic perspective. So this really is, I think, the greatest expression of trust and respect that could have been awarded here. And I mean, in addition to that, we also saw the lifting of sanctions on Syria, without getting into all of the details of everything that happened there. Trust and reciprocity were absolutely the frontline thematics. And the granting of this technology was just, I think, one expression of many.
Okay, and you touched on the exchanges between the US President Donald Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I mean, I just wonder, just lastly, I mean, how significant you think the chemistry between those two men and the bond between those two men was in achieving all that was achieved there in Riyadh?
I truly believe there's a genuine respect and friendship there. And, as I said, the body language and the expressions that we've seen throughout that event, they are certainly an indicator of that, at least in my opinion. And, this kind of relationship cannot be developed. This kind of partnership cannot be developed without two equally willing parties sitting at a table and genuinely exchanging relevant intentions and appetite and working together for the betterment of each other. It's just not possible without that. And in this particular event, I think that was very clear. It was front and center. There's exchanges on both sides. There's a true willingness to create a partnership. There's been some very significant contributions from either side. So, without question, that relationship has a lot to do with it.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali Reza. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, as President Trump's visit to the region continues to send ripples right across the political spectrum and global markets as well, let's take a closer look at the actual beneficiaries of the agreements and the policies agreed to by the leaders of the United States and Saudi Arabia, notably the businesses and the entrepreneurs that run them. Well, one group that enables cross-border collaboration between firms in both countries is the US-Saudi Business Council. We're joined now by Charles Halab, who is the CEO and the president of the US-Saudi Business Council. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Charles. You're in Riyadh, I see, and I'm told you were at the investment forum, which was held at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center there in Riyadh earlier in the week. How would you describe the mood in that conference center?
Well, first, thank you so much. Great to be with you today. The mood is easy to describe. It was absolutely electric. I think no matter which side of the ocean you're on and which side of the political spectrum you're on, the mood was incredibly optimistic, energetic, and aspirational.
Okay, well, it certainly looked that way in the pictures. And we've been looking at some of the pictures just before we crossed to you. Now, just tell us a bit about the organization you work for, the US-Saudi Business Council. It's a bilateral NGO. Tell us, give some examples of the sorts of things the Council does to build and strengthen business ties between the two countries.
Sure. We work directly with companies on both sides, on the Saudi side, on the U.S. side, to create partnerships, facilitate deals, do whatever we can to build and enhance trade, commerce, and investment between the two countries. In terms of this forum in particular, all sorts of deals were signed, celebrated. Many of those began with conversations at the U.S.-Saudi Business Council. So a very exciting time for us and a very exciting week for us here.
Okay, now just tell us a bit about the Council's role during the course of the presidential visit.
Sure. Well, we worked with the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia at the outset to help organize the forum. In particular, we were an authorized invitor, so we reached out to our networks and our members to make sure that the creme de la creme of U.S. companies and Saudi companies were represented at the forum. We were also honored to play a role at the forum itself. We hosted a panel session on quality of life sectors, which, of course, are very near and dear to our hearts, but also provide the magic around all these other business sectors and initiatives.
Okay, and presumably you had to do an awful lot of forward planning and arranging, and you and your colleagues at the Council were presumably extremely busy in the run-up to the arrival of President Trump.
Indeed, we were. Yes, I enjoyed my first full night of sleep in a long time last night. So,
okay, just tell us. I mean, the fact that the U.S. president made Saudi Arabia the first stop on this, his first planned foreign visit. It wasn't his actual first visit, but it was the first one he'd planned to make. What does that tell us about the relationship between the U.S. and Saudi?
Well, it certainly wasn't by accident. And the lessons are easy to draw from it, that Saudi Arabia is, it plays a very, very, very important role now under this presidency and is, in our view, rightfully center stage in the world for our purposes on the business front, but well beyond that as well.
So where does this then take U.S.-Saudi relations? I mean, where do we head to from here as a result of that visit and that historic forum?
Well, I think this is the beginning of a new chapter. We like to think of it as the chapter of true partnership. You know, the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia is very, very strong, has been strong. But that relationship, I think, in this next chapter becomes once again a true partnership, particularly on the business front. And as you know, all sorts of initiatives were launched, some renewed, and many objectives outlined that sort of clear the path for that sort of renewed partnership.
And when you say a true partnership, I mean, we heard a lot of people we spoke to as we were covering the visit by President Trump using words of, saying it was a two-way street, that investment forum, mutually beneficial to both countries. I mean, we know about the 600 billion Saudi investment commitment, but what's the upside for the kingdom? What's the upside for Saudi Arabia?
Well, I don't think it's just 600 billion, without any strategic purpose or intent around it. I think about Vision 2030. That's very, very important to the kingdom. I think a lot of that investment will be focused and managed through the lens of what serves the goals of Vision 2030 the best. And I do think that it's not simply return on investment in terms of those investments that are being contemplated. It's strategic return on investment. It's how those investments will build a stronger partnership between the United States and Saudi Arabia. So and keep in mind, it is indeed bilateral. There are all sorts of initiatives underway to make sure that partnerships are formed between U.S. companies and Saudi companies, that FDI from the United States continues to Saudi Arabia in light of and in the context of Vision 2030. So we view it very bilaterally, and that suits us very, very well at the U.S.-Saudi Business Council, because that is our mandate and our mission.
And when you say a strategic ROI, have you got an example of such a case?
Sure. All you need to do is look at the pillars that are most important under Vision 2030: technology and energy, renewable energy, mining and minerals, and on, and understand that real estate, investing in real estate in California may not be the highest priority today, so much as investing in technologies and companies that have a real, tangible, and long-term benefit to the objectives of the kingdom and its various ministries and various initiatives in making sure that they reach their diversification goals and other goals.
Okay, and U.S. direct investments in Saudi Arabia reached just over $15 billion last year. How do you see the kingdom attracting more U.S. capital in the coming years then?
Well, this week was a very, very good start. I think U.S. companies want to feel comfortable about the overall relationship at the highest levels. That signal has certainly been sent out. I think there are other issues that the Saudis are addressing in terms of building the enthusiasm and the energy for U.S. investments into Saudi Arabia, and we're working with a number of stakeholders in that regard. So stay tuned, but this week in the forum and the visit and all the fanfare around it was just the beginning.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been a 90-year partnership, and people are talking about this new golden era in U.S.-Saudi relations. Where do you see the U.S.-Saudi partnership heading in the years ahead?
Well, I'm looking forward to the next 90, that's for sure. And I think golden years or golden age is an appropriate term. We're going to have to be very careful to not leave it just to fanfare, to make sure that commitments become investments, that words become actions. But I can tell you from working in the kingdom and around the kingdom for several decades, this time is different. There is incredible momentum, energy. There is specificity to deals and to projects and to initiatives. And we view ourselves as on point to make sure that all of this becomes the true partnership that we seem to be celebrating here today.
Yeah, and obviously your role, as you've been describing it, is to facilitate business in both directions. We've been talking to a lot of people on this channel the last few days about how to do business in Saudi Arabia, and we've heard from Saudi economists and experts telling us there are certain things you shouldn't do, and then there's a sense in Saudi Arabia people are fed up with people viewing Saudi Arabia as being a kind of an ATM machine. They don't like being patronized or preached to. I mean, have you got any golden nuggets of advice that you give your clients, your partners, when they want to enter the Saudi market?
Yeah, not unlike what you just described. Those days are long gone, if they ever existed in the first place, where people could come here and just expect the kingdom or any of its stakeholders to pony up money for this investment or that investment. It all has to have a story related to it, and a story that is in furtherance of the objectives of Vision 2030. And you don't need me to talk about those at length, probably, but they're very clear and very ambitious. And those are the kinds of decisions that will be made with respect to Saudi investments going forward. And you're absolutely singing our tune when you say this is not a time to come and simply view Saudi Arabia as a cash machine. Saudi Arabia enjoys incredible prominence on the world stage these days, and for the United States and for U.S. businesses, they deserve the respect and recognition as a strategic partner.
Just going back to the deals that were struck during President Trump's visit to Saudi. I mean, obviously lots of sectors affected, the obvious ones being energy, defense, tech, space to a certain extent as well. Which sector do you think holds the greatest long-term potential for collaboration, do you think?
Oh, you're going to get me in trouble. This is like asking about children. I love them all equally, Tom. Greatest long-term, I really, probably technology, if I had to pick one. But there are others that are very near and dear to my heart. The session we did was on quality of life sectors, for example, and I think that's where some of the magic resides. In tourism and culture and sports and entertainment, that creates the magic that, in my view, enables great initiatives in energy and technology and other areas.
Right, and there's an argument, isn't there, that they all feed each other, and there's, once you've got an ecosystem going, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Picking up on tech there, I mean, obviously artificial intelligence very close to the hearts of a lot of people around the world, but it seems like Saudi Arabia is really keen on developing AI. Obviously, US chips are going to be used there in Saudi Arabia, and that involves a lot of trust, doesn't it? Because the United States doesn't give that kind of trust away very easily.
Well said, yes. In this particular area with respect to chips and in other areas, you can see the flavor of the week, and even behind the scenes, there's trust on show.
Just two quick questions before we wrap up. I'd like to take you back to the forum and the mood there. And I just wanted to ask you, what do you think stands out for you from there, or maybe another element of President Trump's visit as being the photo moment of the whole time that he was there?
Well, the photo moment is the moment with MBS, or the moments with MBS and Trump together. Those symbolize the new chapter, the friendship, the partnership, and so on and so forth. But what was different about this, and I've been to many of these forums, as I'm sure you have, the electricity was genuine. The skepticism was not there. I mean, skeptics were converted over the course of the last few weeks, and that was really interesting and eye-opening for me.
And what was the loudest moment in that forum? I mean, we had a glimpse of, obviously clips and footage of the forum taking place in Riyadh. But, in terms of the audio, what was the moment where people gasped or clapped the loudest?
Maybe hard to say, but my sense was the announcement about Syria was figuratively and literally the loudest moment in the room.
Yeah, that tallies with what we were told. Well, thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Charles Halab, the CEO and the president of the US-Saudi Business Council. Thank you for your time, sir.
Great to be here. Thank you.
What we're going to say with our top story, the presidential visit to Saudi Arabia. We're joined now by Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on The Real Deal. We're also joined by Ali Raza, the strategic advisor to the Saudi Arabia holding company, who's with us every week. Thanks to you as well, Ali. I just really want to talk to you both about the impact and the fallout of a visit like this by President Donald Trump, all those deals that were struck, that large delegation of sort of an A to Z of CEOs of all the big companies anyone's ever heard of in the United States. I mean, let me start by asking you, Naif, what is the impact of those kind of announcements, that kind of a visit on the Saudi economy, do you think?
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for having me. Definitely, this visit is very important, and we saw so many key people, including Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Jensen Han. These are the top individuals in the world, and we saw so many deals coming. If anything, this signals the important relationship between the Saudi Arabia and the U.S., and also signal the importance of the Saudi economy. And this gives also a confidence to investors to Saudi Arabia as a great place to invest and sustain their investment.
And Ali, just picking up on what Naif was just saying there, there's a lot of symbolism, isn't there, having those sorts of people in those sorts of numbers all descend on one country at the same time?
Most definitely. I'll pick up on a keyword Naif used, confidence. And the confidence, I believe, is international, but it's also local. The presence of such industrial champions in any economy is a huge signal to the international investors, but also to the local economy. Platforms like this, NVIDIA is joining hands with Humane to build infrastructure in region. Platforms like this have a cyclical effect. You have enterprises that are created. You have the people that work in these enterprises. There is capital that circulates through the economy that's then passed on to other future entrepreneurs, and so the cycle goes. So the confidence, I think, is a very important aspect of this. It's a big thematic takeaway from this, but I think it's also important in this kind of conversation to acknowledge it's international, but it's also local. It's a win-win for all.
Naif, in terms of takeaways, in terms of the numbers and looking at the deals, what for you are the biggest takeaways of those eventful 24 hours that President Trump was on Saudi territory?
There are so many to compare, to be honest, and then probably that stand out from just the name. If you see Elon Musk and Sam and Jensen, these are more into future tech plus AI. So we have seen so many AI investment. We saw the creation of the Humane, and a few days later, deals done with NVIDIA, AMD. These are very significant deals to put Saudi Arabia in the map of AI. And just probably to recall some, I'll bring some numbers. Saudi Arabia, the digital emphasizes of the importance of the digital economy. The contribution of digital economy in Saudi Arabia right now exceed the 10%. AI is also important right now as part of the government and the governance as well. In terms of the e-government, Saudi Arabia ranks the 6th in the world and the target to be in the 5th in the world. So all of these deals fall into the direction of the vision of 2030 and they make progress possible to reach the vision.
And do you think, now, if we're likely to see more US firms entering the Saudi market on the back of that visit? I mean, does it pave the way for more US interest, more US firms to want to set up in Saudi Arabia, do you think?
Definitely. We saw right now so many big companies, Google, Delta Vault, and etc. They are will be investing both countries in Saudi and in the US above 80 billion. This means these companies are able to make money, and this signals that you could make money. In fact, the non-oil GDP right now is 4% and or above 4%. That means you could get more than 4% in your investment. And that is by itself is signaling how good this infrastructure for investment to be and to attract that many of a large lump sum in this country.
And Ali, I mean, we were talking about, confidence, that being a key buzzword that we picked up on just a few minutes ago. I mean, a big impact on investor confidence from a visit like this. Do you see a lot more foreign companies wanting to enter the Saudi market, as Naif was just saying there?
Without question, the last couple of years we've seen a complete change in attitude across the globe towards what Saudi Arabia means as an investment destination. A couple of years ago, we would see many of the larger private equity outfits or fund managers and investment outfits that would, in often cases, play a fly-in, fly-out role or have sort of local marketing offices. I think this is a good, there's a good indication in this sector that that attitude is changing. KKR recently appointed a new chairman of the Middle East and committed to putting an investment team in place there. We're seeing a lot more of the private equity outfits very seriously considering deploying in region rather than just raising in region. We're seeing a lot of the enterprises on the back of visits like the one that just took place, expressing interest to be in region. So, and there's once again, I mean, building on the idea of confidence. Yes, I think there's I mean, without question, there's an increase in confidence, but now there's also an understanding of what can be achieved here. So once again, to Naif's point, people are recognizing across the globe the size of the opportunity here, the commercial opportunity that's available. And I think that's getting crystallized in all of the inflows now.
Naif, let's just talk about the performance of the Saudi economy. In Q1, GDP growth was around 2.7%, I believe. I'm just wondering what you think is driving this growth. Where are we seeing the strongest areas of performance, given that we are in this context, aren't we, of lower oil prices?
Exactly, Tom. We witness right now low oil prices, and yet we still have a positive GDP growth. What Saudi Arabia has been concentrating by now is in the non-oil GDP. It has been growing more than 4% in the past 2 or 3 years, with the exception of the COVID year. So if you go back in 2016, the contribution of the non-oil economy is less than 45%. Right now, and by the end of 2024, is more than 54%. And this is not a small number. This is a huge, especially that Saudi Arabia relies heavily in oil, and to shift that from relying heavily in the oil to rely more in the non-oil economy. We saw the PMI numbers are now exceeding 60 in the first quarter of this year. We project the non-oil GDP to continue growth in 2025, 2026 to exceed the 4%, 4.5%. Which sectors probably leading this growth? There are many. We saw the digital economy, which we just touched upon. It's contributing 12%. there are some sectors that usually they haven't been contributing much, and now we are seeing they're picking up. Manufacturing is right now is one of the top contributors to Saudi Arabia, and this also in line with the Vision 2030 to have more factories. Right now we have so many factories with the Chinese, Americans, and also to reach to the automobile industry. So many sectors contributing as tourism that hasn't never been a positive, even in the balance of payment. Right now, we have seen it positive and contributing to the GDP. So all these come together to make the growth and the GDP positive and continue its trajectory.
Yeah, and actually we've talked about tourism quite a bit on this program. Ali and I have had this conversation in the context of airlines and other infrastructure aimed at attracting tourists. And I'm just wondering, Naif, as well, I mean, in terms of attracting jobs, I mean, obviously tourism is one area that's going to see an increase in jobs. The employment situation looking pretty good as well. I mean, we talked a couple of weeks ago about the update on Vision 2030, and it seems the unemployment situation is better than it's been for quite a long time. I mean, why do you think that is?
So right now we are sitting at 7%, which was the Vision 2030 target. And right now, once we reach 7%, the target has been updated to 5%. The lump sum of contribution of this unemployment, it was fed through the private sector. So this is very, it signals also that the importance of the diversification, it's an implication on the unemployment. All these deals also we have seen, they will open up new opportunities. We need to remind ourselves it's quite challenging for a young nation to sustain and decrease the unemployment, because every day we have new comers to the labor force. So the new graduates, they look for opportunities in the market, in the labor market, and they find these opportunities. And you need to increase the opportunities more than the number of the new graduate to reduce the unemployment. So it has been challenging, but with these initiatives and opportunities, the number has been got to the target, and now we have a new challenge to reach into a new target.
Ali, just to bring you back into the conversation, in terms of one of the things we've noticed, and I think we've talked about this before as well, you and I, is how small and medium-sized enterprises are also quite a big part, aren't they, of the growth in jobs. I mean, are they affected, do you think, by all of those big deals as well that we were talking about that happened during the presidential visit?
Well, once again, Tom, these kinds of platforms, investments, initiatives, they have a cyclical effect, right? And with all of the economic development underway, all the different industries and sectors being developed, as Naif just said, there's a very large pipeline of factories being built. Yes, of course, there are new opportunities. SMEs and the SME attitude is changing. People want to start businesses. They want to do more. There's opportunity to do more. And the creation of these platforms, the introduction of these investments, they create opportunity and they create capability and they bring knowledge and IP to the region. So, of course, capital aside, all of these elements have a cyclical effect throughout the economy, and we're seeing that reflected in the numbers and the activity on the ground.
Okay, just turning to Naif to sort of wrap up. I mean, the overall health of the Saudi economy, and we've talked about a couple of indicators. Unemployment is under control, inflation under control, GDP growth, we've been saying 2.7% in Q1. I mean, overall, things look pretty good, don't they? Any other key indicators you think we should be keeping an eye on?
Perfect. Most of all the indicators you have mentioned are excellent. We also watch for the PMI. Right now, also the optimistic of investors are quite high, and we see it in the expansion territory. Right now, we have talked about the non-oil economy, but right now also there is a large segment of the oil economy. With the recent adjustment of the tariffs, there is expectation we have seen the few days before that Brent prices picked up slightly, so there might be also an increase in the oil economy.
Okay, thanks, Naif. And Ali, your final thoughts on the overall health of the Saudi economy and the key indicators we've been talking about?
Well, I think the most important thing to acknowledge here is that if the Vision 2030 progress report is an indication, the leading indicators are all in the green. They're showing positive momentum. Oil prices have been down recently, but oil prices go up and down. It's not the first time we've seen this movie. This is one of the reasons the Vision 2030 initiative is underway. It's to insulate the economy and diversify it away from reliance on any one source of income, and to create prosperity that transcends fluctuations from just the price of one single resource. So all in all, the leading indicators are in the green. They are positive, and I think the economy is on a positive track forward.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Ali Raza. And thank you as well to our guest today, Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyad Bank. Thank you both very much indeed. Well, let's take a quick look at some of the other business news stories making the headlines. The Saudi mega project NEOM names Ayman Al-Mudaifer as its new CEO. That's according to an announcement by the PIF. Al-Mudaifer has been NEOM's acting CEO since November, when he succeeded Nathbi Al-Nasser. Well, the new chief will be responsible for taking over the development of the ambitious project. The Saudi energy giant Aramco has signed agreements worth $90 billion with American companies. While coinciding with President Trump's visit, Aramco signed 34 MOUs to cover sectors including LNG, chemicals, and AI. Well, Amazon, Nvidia, and Exxon are amongst the US firms that entered into an agreement with Saudi Aramco. The interim CEO of Lucid Group, Mark Winterhoff, suggests levying tariffs on foreign cars to boost domestic manufacturing. Well, the interim CEO of the Saudi PIF-backed automaker says that the lack of tariffs may run the risk of, quote, killing the industry in its infancy. Well, Winterhoff called for more support for local players in the saturated auto market. And the US chipmaker NVIDIA has agreed to ship 18,000 chips to Saudi Arabia to help power a new data center project. Well, cutting-edge Blackwell chips, which is amongst the most advanced NVIDIA chips, will be used in a 500-megawatt data center in the kingdom. That's according to remarks at the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh. Well, staying with artificial intelligence, and at the center of this initiative between NVIDIA and the PIF is Humane. That is a global AI powerhouse recently launched by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And it's not just NVIDIA that's working towards this Saudi initiative. AMD, another leading American chip designer, is also set to partner with Humane as part of a $10 billion collaboration. Well, the CEOs of both tech giants were in Riyadh with President Trump. Here's what the CEO of NVIDIA had to say.
As you know, artificial intelligence has been a revolutionary technology, the most transformative technology of our time, maybe of any time. And you've heard plenty about the capabilities of artificial intelligence. You've also heard how AI is going to transform every single industry, meaning that it's going to be the infrastructure of every single industry. And Humane is going to be building the AI infrastructure here in Saudi Arabia. AI is also in itself an industry. It is a manufacturing industry. It's a manufacturing industry that requires energy. And as you know, Saudi Arabia is rich with energy. Transforming the energy through this giant versions of these NVIDIA AI supercomputers, which are essentially AI factories.
Okay, the CEO of NVIDIA speaking there. Well, Saudi Arabia has been working to develop its artificial intelligence capacity and strengthen its cloud computing infrastructure, pouring millions of dollars into the effort. Let's bring Ali Raza, strategic advisor to the Saudi Arabia holding company, back into the conversation. I mean, Ali, as we just heard there from Jensen Huang, AI is transforming every single industry. I mean, that goes a long way, doesn't it, towards explaining why it should be such a key focus of Saudi investment.
Most definitely. AI itself is an industry, but AI is also the infrastructure to industry, as Mr. Jensen Huang just shared. This is the equivalent of, we could akin this to the internet. The internet or telecommunications itself is an industry, but it's also the infrastructure to all industry. So, in the push towards diversification away from oil and, only the energy as a source of income, and also to pursue economic and industrial prosperity, of course, Saudi Arabia is interested in investing in what many believe will become the fabric of society, much like the internet and telecommunications have. So Humane has been, one of the most exciting, I think, developments towards this effort. Last year, we heard about ALAT, which is the Advanced Manufacturing and Semiconductor Investment arm of the PIF. Similarly, Humane has been established as what we expect will become a platform and a national champion for AI. And once again, it makes absolute sense that the nation, in its push towards economic prosperity, diversification, and transformation, they would invest in the technology that is at the forefront of all industry and society right now.
The other part of Mr. Huang's clip we just listened to there was, the emphasis he put on the fact that Saudi Arabia has an abundance of energy. That makes it another obvious direction for Saudi Arabia to go in.
Most definitely. So energy, of course, is the access or availability of energy is the question on everyone's mind when it comes to building all of this cloud infrastructure across the world. I'm having this conversation on a daily basis with individuals from the industry that seem to have this on their mind. Yes, Saudi Arabia has an abundance of energy, but I think it's important also to note here, Saudi Arabia has an abundance of energy and has a huge push towards renewable energy. Saudi Arabia has a net zero target in a few decades. And the key with the cloud infrastructure that's being developed in the region is that there is, irrespective of the traditional sources of energy, there's a push towards sustainable cloud infrastructure development. DataVault earlier this year announced a data center at NEOM, a 5 gigawatt data center, which is going to be a net zero, fully sustainable data center. So, this is a very common thematic as well. Yeah, absolutely, there's an abundance of energy. But I think the exciting thing here also is the fact that there is a real consideration for sustainable cloud infrastructure development on top of all.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your analysis. Ali Reza, Strategic Advisor to the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Well, that is all we have time for on today's edition of The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for watching. See you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the Metropolis. the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Sydney. Sydney, Australia's largest city, is often dubbed as one of the most beautiful in the world. The place offers an attractive mix of modern architecture, historical landmarks, breathtaking views, relaxing gardens, and more. What are the top spots to see in Sydney? Perhaps Australia's most famous man-made attraction, and a worldwide icon too, is the Sydney Opera House. The structure alone is already a unique feat of architectural design and engineering. While built from innovation, creativity, and quite a bit of controversy, the Sydney Opera House remains a remarkable building that's home to over 1,500 performances a year and inviting up to 1.2 million audiences each time. One of the most well-maintained and well-preserved examples of colonial-style architecture in Australia is Sydney's Government House. Since its construction in 1846, it has been home to 27 governors and today remains one of the city's hidden gems, with interiors characteristic of its Gothic influence. Located nearby is the Royal Botanic Gardens, which offers a bevy of colors that's a sight to see in any season. It is kept alive with birds such as cockatoos and sleeping flying foxes that hang from branches, among many other natural wonders. The Australian National Maritime Museum is known for its sensational displays of the country's maritime heritage. Exhibits on display range from full-size to scale ships, an authentic submarine, and other relics of shipping history. The iconic Queen Victoria building is Sydney's ultimate shopping hub. As the building itself is an architectural marvel that boasts of fine details, craftsmanship, and style, it gives tourists an elegant and high-end shopping experience. Worth the hike is Sydney's Blue Mountains, located in New South Wales. Its blue haze horizon offers a breathtaking view and the perfect escape from the busy city. It's a great way to appreciate the scenery, wildlife, and mountain surroundings. Australia's Bondi Beach is known as the most popular in the country. It's close to the suburbs and easily accessible, which allows tourists and locals alike a spontaneous visit. Its great sand and clean waters are what make the beach a popular hotspot. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures alongside cutting-edge works of art, You'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yaid Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. Singapore, one of Asia's top city attractions and a quick developing place for business, Singapore. The city's unique cosmopolitan culture is a harmonious marriage of the old and the new. You'll see high-rising modern skyscrapers alongside heritage buildings all around this island city. Transportation is also fast and efficient for the locals and tourists. The award-winning Changi Airport provides connections with over 100 airlines flying to more than 200 cities around the world. Because of its pro-business environment, more than 7,000 multinational companies make Singapore an often visited city for work-related transactions. For visitors, Singapore's attraction lies in its good impression as a safe, clean, and efficient place to be. One of the most popular tourist spots is the Singapore Flyer. It is the world's largest observation wheel outside the United States. It stands at a stunning 165 meters and offers a magnificent view of the cityscape. As the wheel turns, you'll get a 360-degree view of Singapore's iconic and historical landmarks and views, from the Marina Bay to the Singapore River, Raffles Place, Merlion Park, Empress Place, and the Padang. On the other hand, set your sights on the historical structures resting within the modern city. The old Chinese buildings in Chinatown, Muslim characteristic of Kampong Glam, and Little India's district are still popular among tourists. Also known for their history are the Chimes, Dalhousie Obelisk, Merlion Park, Old Parliament House, National Museum, Asian Civilizations Museum, and World War II sites like Battle Box, Changi Chapel and Museum, Fort Siloso, and Kranji War Memorial. Visitors of the city can enjoy the best of Chinese, Malay, Indian, and Eurasian cultures through the many traditional and religious festivals that fill the Singapore calendar. Proof of its multicultural feats are the hawker centers scattered throughout the island city. Singapore's first 1960s-themed food street, the Singapore Food Trail, serves up a wide selection of local hawker delights. A melting pot of a city, Singapore is a place where individuals of different races live harmoniously together. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Joining Counterpoints for a special interview is Ami Ayon. He spent nearly 40 years working as a public servant for the State of Israel. He was the former Commander-in-Chief of Israel's Navy and also served as the head of Israel's domestic secret service, Shin Bet. Mr. Ayon, thank you for talking to Counterpoints. You and your former security service colleagues wrote an open letter to US President Donald Trump on March 11, saying that the Gaza war no longer serves Israel's national objectives. Can you explain your position and why you and your colleagues felt so compelled to write what was a very impassioned letter?
Well, first of all, the immediate reason was the hostages. We still have hostages in somewhere in the tunnels, and they are dying every day. And I think that for us Israelis, we believe that the old concept, we rely on each other. So we cannot define the essence of victory unless we should bring them back. But in addition, when we try to understand the whole idea of this war, it started after the 7th of October in 23. It was a just war. It was a war of defense, and we reacted against horror and violence used by Hamas. But after between 6 to 8 months, the way we understand the battlefield, we achieved all the military goals. The problem with this war is that from the very beginning, our leaders, our political leaders, did not define any political goal to this war. Now, after almost 40 years of experience, and I'm studying, the concept of war until today, I know exactly what happens to a war that we launch without any political goal. The war becomes the end and not the mean in order to achieve a better reality. And this is exactly what we see. We are conquering several places for the fourth time. We are destroying, we are killing innocent people. And, you can explain something only if you understand what we are wishing. What is the day after? Now, our government, this government, do not define the day after. And since they do not define the day after, we have to stop this war.
You said that when it started, it was a just war. Does that mean you no longer think it is a just war? And where, for you, was that turning point?
The turning point, first of all, I said from the first day that to go to war without a clear definition of the political goal is a huge mistake. But as all of us understood, it was a war of defense. It was a reaction against the horror and the violence that we never could understand until today. But the way we understand this war, it took us several months. Some people will tell you 8 months, some people will tell you 12 months. But we are fighting for the last 18, 19 months. We achieved all the military goals, which is to destroy the military capability of Hamas. Hamas are not acting as a military unit. They are acting because they are terrorists. But there is no way to eliminate all Hamas activists. We have to understand what we are facing is a very, very violent ideology.
So do you believe then that effectively...
we shall kill? Sorry?
Do you believe effectively then that Hamas has been defeated in Gaza?
From the military point of view, yes. We can measure it. And they do not act as an organization. They control the area because we did not create somebody, or we did not do anything in order to create somebody to replace it. And everything starts because there is no definition to the day after. And there is no definition to the day after because the Israeli society is divided. Because in order to decide on the day after, some people in this government will tell you, unless we shall occupy Gaza and we shall build settlements in Gaza, we do not have the right to end this war. The majority of the Israelis do not agree. The majority of the Israelis, between 70 to 80% of the Israelis, are telling to our government every day we have to bring back all our hostages and to end this war.
You mentioned there the day after. There was no plan for the day after. You are a career military man. You've worked under 3 different prime ministers, I believe. Have you ever worked under a commander-in-chief, so to speak, who went into a conflict without a day after plan?
Yes, unfortunately, it happened exactly during the first Intifada and the second Intifada. Many people in Israel will tell you that we are still fighting the 6-day war. And it's very complicated. I don't think that in 5-10 minutes I will be able to explain to the audience the idea that most, we as admirals, commanders, whatever, we used to think, by the way, it's a huge mistake, that the political leaders should define the day after, and it is not our problem. Our problem is how to operate and know why are we doing it. We used to think that we have to rely on our leaders. This is the first time when we understand, or at least we believe, that the reasons of our political leaders do not serve the future of the state of Israel and do not serve the future of the people of Israel, because they do not tell us what is the day after. The day after is a reason why we are ready to fight, why we are killing, and why many of us are ready to die.
Do you think that there are many current Israeli soldiers who share your sentiment, that they feel like they're fighting a war that now doesn't need to be fought, and that perhaps this is an aimless and deadly obsession.
Look, I served too many years to think that this is the reality. Unfortunately, I think, and I know it happened to me when I was in the military service for many years. I think that for a soldier, it is almost impossible to think that his leaders do not think on why they are sending him to war. He cannot believe that his leaders are doing it for political reasons. I think that you can understand it only when you see it from outside. I'm 80 years old. I think that I'm old enough to understand. I've been in politics. I saw politicians. It happened not only in Israel. I think that politicians sometimes are sacrificing the future of the state in order to make sure that they will stay in power.
Do you think then that there are going to be some very disappointed and very disillusioned soldiers when they do come out of this and they do get some perspective?
I think that, yes, I think that most Israelis understand that when this war will end, only then we shall be able to see clearly what happened to us since the beginning of the war, of this war, what happened to us as human beings, and what happened to us as the Israeli society. And are we closer to a better reality or are we not? It's too early.
Are you disappointed that US President Donald Trump isn't visiting Israel on his current tour of the Middle East? Does it give you and perhaps the Israeli community the impression that he's more interested in making headline deals than he is in ending the war?
Look, I used to say that, you know, psychology department belongs to my wife and not to me and our family. But still, I'm not in a position to judge the American president. I believe I did not elect him. I have no right to vote in America. I am only an Israeli citizen. The way I understand him, he is doing what he thinks is good for the American interest. And I quite understand whether I like it as an Israeli or no. It's not the question. As an American president, he believes that he should achieve stability in this region. I think that the only way to do it is to fly to Saudi Arabia and to try to persuade Saudis to go forward and to try to achieve a nuclear deal with Iran instead of going into a new war. And this is the way he understands the reality. This is the way he understands the Middle East. And I don't think that he's wrong.
Do you think, though, how is it being portrayed domestically in Israel, though? There was this big hope that after the difficulties, perhaps, that Netanyahu faced under the presidency of Joe Biden, that Donald Trump returning to the White House gave the Israeli community the feeling that the full support of the US would be returning militarily, diplomatically. Domestically, are people still feeling that way? Or is there a sense that they're feeling abandoned?
Again, Israel is a divided society. And I think that most people from outside, when they see us, they do not understand the rifts between the Israeli tribes. Many Israelis were very happy when Trump was elected because they used to believe that from now on, you know, we will be able to do everything and nobody will limit us and he will support us, whatever we shall do. I didn't think so. And I think I even wrote several articles about it, explaining that finally, the way I understand the American president, if I have to predict, he will adopt the vision of Biden, but he will use another ideas in order to execute it. And if you ask me, this is the way I understand what he's doing now. The problem is that our leaders do not understand it and are not playing part. They are out of the game. So when he will go, he came to the, it's the first, after Obama, he is the only president, even before Obama, who came to the Middle East and did not visit Israel as part of his visit. So I think that the Israeli government made almost every mistake, and we are isolated, not only in the world, but in the Middle East as well. It's not too late to change this course of action, and I want to believe that with the pressure from the international community, and especially if we shall understand, if the Saudis and the Egyptians and the Jordanians and the American president will tell us loud and clear, this is the future that all of us offer, a coalition, or a coalition that will bring, a regional coalition that will bring Saudis, Egyptians, all the stable states of this region. And we shall create the economy, we shall ensure our board, etc. It's a totally different future. I think that the Israeli society will have to listen. And this is a democracy. Finally, this coalition will not survive forever.
Speaking of the coalition, Israel's Security Cabinet recently approved its expanded offensive into Gaza, and Prime Minister Netanyahu has once again vowed that even though his team is heading to Qatar for negotiations, this war will not end. Do you think this expanded plan and the potential occupation of Gaza was always Netanyahu's plan?
Look, again, I have no idea what his plan is. The way I understand him, his plan is to do everything in order to survive in power and not in order to conquer or to go on in this war. But I'm not thinking too much about Netanyahu. I'm thinking about what should we do in order to create a better reality. And a better reality for me, I'm not thinking too much about the Palestinians or the Saudis or Jordanians. I'm thinking about us, Israelis. And I'm trying to explain to us Israelis to come to an agreement with the Palestinians and creating a reality of two states, even if it will take 10 or 20 years. This should be the vision, not because we owe them something, because unless we do it, Israel will not be a Jewish democracy and Israel will not be safe. So I think that when I speak about the future is something very, very simple. A safe, Jewish, democratic state. In order to do it, we have to divide this piece of land. It belongs to us, but it belongs to them as well. So the only way, in order not to lose our identity and our security, is to divide this piece of land, based, by the way, on the Arab Peace Initiative. This is what I believe in. I think that if this voice will be heard from the international community and from the Saudis and the Egyptians and Jordanians, I think that we shall understand.
There has been some speculation that the US is ready to openly recognize a Palestinian state. Do you think that's likely? And what sort of a difference would that make?
I have no idea what America are planning, what the American president is playing, and I cannot tell you, by the way, what will be the impact.
Would that sort of leadership, though, from the US create more momentum?
Look, I remember that when he was elected for the first time, he said, I have no idea, both sides will have to decide. When he ended, after achieving a great achievement, the Abraham Accord. He came with the Abraham Accord. We tend to forget that was achieved only in order to stop annexation. Now, what happened? We achieved peace with the Emirates, but we did not stop the annexation. So I think that when he left, when he finished his first term, he spoke about two states. Whether it was exactly the way Palestinians or we saw it, when he decided that the Jerusalem is the Israeli capital, the Jewish capital, I said, if in addition he could say that if and when we shall achieve peace with the Palestinians, they will have the Arab neighborhoods of East Jerusalem as the Palestinian capital. So, but he didn't do it. I think that today he understands that without discussing the Palestinian conflict on the table, Palestinians exist not because we love it or not. It is a real factor in the Middle East. And we have to understand, if we want to create stability in the Middle East, this is what we have to do. We have to sit and to negotiate on a future that will give a political horizon to us and to the Palestinians.
If there is a situation, your letter that you wrote criticised the occupation of the West Bank as exacerbating the situation. If there is occupation in Gaza as well, in a security setting, do you think there will ever be any end to the infighting?
I don't think so. I think that we, by the Middle East, but especially us, we are facing a T-junction. There are only two exits. One is to ignite a process, to create normalization and this regional coalition on the condition that we shall ignite a process of the negotiations with the Palestinians on a future reality of two states based on the Arab Peace Initiative. The other exit is that we shall not do it, and I think that this war will not end. I think that our problem as Israelis, we see Palestinians as people, but we do not accept the idea that they see themselves as a people. And many of them in the West Bank are fighting not in order to bring bread to their children, but in order to achieve freedom and end of occupation. So I think that the other exit will bring us more violence and never-ending war.
The US has flagged, perhaps for the first time, that Hamas could play a role in Gaza post-war if it demilitarises. In a security sense, given your expertise, do you think Hamas could and should be allowed to remain as a political party?
No. Hamas is not part of the game. I think that people do not understand what is Hamas all about. And we see the military wing, Azadin al-Qassam. Hamas is not only its military wing. Hamas is, first of all, ideology. And they represent ideology of they do not approve the reality of two states. For them, it is a nightmare. And they are fighting in order to create a reality of a Palestinian state, a Muslim Palestinian state, ruled by Sharia from the Jordan to the sea. By the way, most Palestinians do not agree. Most Palestinians are supporting Hamas not because they accept Sharia as a constitution, only because they see Hamas as the only organization who fight to end the occupation, which is probably, this is the way they understand the reality. I don't blame them. But for me, Hamas should be eliminated from all its military capabilities. Later, if they want to play a role as a political party, I cannot dictate to the Palestinians what they should do. But as a military organization, no way.
Before we wrap up, I just want to ask, do you think Israel's actions in Gaza since the October 7 attack could happen again in the future? Sorry, what I'm asking is, do you think Israel's actions have made their community more or less safe? They may have dismantled the bulk of Hamas's military, but have they galvanized an ideology against Israel?
Both. If you ask about the present security, Israel is much more secure than Israel was on the 7th of October. But we should not measure, our achievements by trying to seize the present. If we shall not change the course of our actions, our policy, we shall face more violence and more horror, and we shall create more enemies. I used to, when I speak about it with Israeli youngsters, I tell them, look, Hamas is first of all an ideology. We cannot eliminate, we cannot destroy ideology with the use of military power. The only way to destroy Hamas is to present a better ideology, because this will be the only way for all of us to believe in a better future. Unless we do it, if we shall go on killing all Hamas activists on the day after, 2 children that we killed their parents will do everything in order to achieve a knife and to do everything in order to kill an Israeli. So this is not a better reality for us. Although we had all the military achievement that we can achieve, military power cannot achieve victory in this type of war.
And just finally, if you put yourself in the position of those 2 Palestinian children, can you understand why they might pick up that knife and try and enact revenge?
If I understand, yes, I understand. I do not approve it. I think that we, as much as the Palestinians, we have to understand not all the Palestinians are Hamas, and they have to understand not all the Israelis are Smotrich and Ben Gvir and the extreme right. So unless today this is the opposite. Most Palestinians believe that all of us support the Israeli government, and most Israelis believe that all the Palestinians support Hamas, which is totally wrong. And we will be able to see it only if we should present a better political horizon for both people. This is exactly what happened to us when Sadat came to visit Israel, and he spoke to us. He recognized us. This is the only way to change immediately, by the way we understand the reality around us. We Israelis, we do not believe that we have friends. We do not believe that people accept us as a legitimate state in the Middle East. Although in 2002 in Beirut, the Arab League accepted us. Israelis do not understand and do not read what is written in the Arab League peace plan.
It has been a very interesting conversation. I really appreciate your insight. Ami Ayon, former Shin Bet head in Israel. We appreciate your time here on Counterpoints.
Thank you very much.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
An unfortunate late-stage diagnosis or a deliberate deception? Former President Joe Biden's cancer revelation has reignited debate about his health while in office. What he knew and when is up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It's coming up on Wednesday.